The controlling class is not interested in having people understand this because, first of all, this leads to the causal factors, the understanding of the causal factors about why humanity is in the current conditions that we're in. Many people will have no answer for that. They don't understand the causal factors.
Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 24th of February 2019. They should have stuck with that back in the 60s when the same group, by the way, that were looking for a reason, before even the Club of Rome get in the act with it too, they were looking for a reason to take over and manage society with experts and commissars of all kinds and academia then and today has never been off the same agenda. They've always been on board with it all. Because that's the real idea of socialism is about. It's nothing to do with helping the public. If there's any help at all, it'd be a spin-off side effect in an accident probably. But in reality, it's about experts running your lives from birth to death, to do with consumption, sustainability, population reduction is a must-be for them by any and all means possible. And treating the people like children is very important because they can't ever tell you the truth. The few who do come out and tell you the truth about diet injections and injunctions, as Bertrand Russell said, really, the few, they're just ignored. They won't mention them. And although in academia they certainly do, they worship these characters like Julian Huxley and Russell and so on. It's quite fascinating to see how old the agenda really is, going way back into the 1800s, and how it all came together properly for the rulers at that time, where they had famines, not just in Ireland, they had famines, often manufactured famines, in fact, in the age of what they call laissez-faire capitalism. And it was a liberal type upper middle class that ruled it all. And Britain had its empire, and again, the upper middle class helped to run it for the masters who owned it all. But the general population, the vast bulk of the public, were not living very well at all. Life was cheap, people died pretty young. And there was often starvation of all kinds happening because under laissez-faire, export across the world was vital by the agribusiness, and you got to understand that that's never changed. You've got about 5 agribusinesses running the planet's agricultural systems now. 5 companies, corporations. You have a population across the world, most of them actually, especially in the so-called civilized countries, which really mean totally dominated countries, where you depend on supermarket chains to deliver food to you. The ability to even grow the darn stuff yourself has been lost to most people. And that's what they call a civilization. Unless you understand what they're talking about, and all the books going way, way, way back for centuries, in fact, you'll never understand what's really happening today. Yes, you'll get the stories on the neocons back in power with their wars down in Venezuela, against Venezuela and so on, and against Iran, etc., and across the Middle East. You can get all of that information for sure. Look at the big picture, because the big picture has all the top countries' leaderships on board with a global sustainability agenda. And it goes way back, even before Karl Marx. Karl Marx put a lot into writing that had been previously discussed for generations before he came along, to do with centralization of power. It's the whole thing. It goes back to even ancient empires, where you had a city-state that dominated what became a country, and in other nations and other city-states until they had a massive empire. But centralization of power was vital to them, and that way they could standardize the system of laws to manage everybody, the system of taxes especially to tax everybody, because everything to do with helping bring civilization is a mass plunder exercise where the wealth is going to all get shifted into the hands of the few around the dominant minority who rule. So it's never changed, and under communism it's exactly the same. So Marx had the centralization of power idea. He congratulated Lincoln for fighting the South and even further integrating the US states into a tighter union for centralization of power. Marx congratulated him with a telegram at the end of that war. You're living through an agenda, a big agenda. Those in academia are perfectly aware of their part in it. You're given the leaders to follow. It's very simple. It's always been that way, in fact, for over 100 years. And anybody who is not authorized for you to follow simply won't be heard of. You get no publicity at all. But they always give you the ones who come out against it, and all kinds of professions even. And people will follow because they don't suspect anything. If they start talking about the same kind of thoughts that you have, then you think they're genuine right off the bat. But if you look at what they belong to, like CFR and higher institutions, even getting asked on television, mainstream television, that's a clue you're being misled again. It truly is. And you're in an incredible war. It's total, actually. When total thought and all thought is under attack, unless it's authorized, you're under the same system, actually, that we used to complain about the Sovietized system, that used to be complained about by the British system. You have no idea how many people were imprisoned in a free society called England at that time, because their sympathies were not with Britain when it came to war with Germany, or with other countries for that matter. They were imprisoned for the duration of the war. George Orwell talks about it. Now, George Orwell is a mysterious man because he belonged to the upper middle class in an intergenerational family of workers for what they called the imperial system at that time, the British imperial system. And he also was trained in this strange progressive, they call it progressiveness, for instance, for those who don't quite understand it. Most folk can say it all the time, but don't really understand what they mean. To be progressive, you must be progressing towards something that's already drafted out to be coherent and meaningful. But it's never told to the public what they mean by that. When the upper middle class are for it, you got to stop and think a minute here. Don't forget that Carl Quigley, who again used to be pulled out with different experts in the fields of history and so on, and Constitution, except for America, he used to be pulled out to try and go against what the system saw as upstarts that were going to try and expose the system. And so he and the experts would go there and try to decry them with their vast array of knowledge, etc., and their expertise and qualifications, and to try and ridicule them. And he admitted when it came to one person that eventually knew his stuff, Nunclear Color Conspiracy, I think that was the book. He said we were stymied. We were pulled up to defame this guy. And this is what they do. They'll mock and defame you on behalf of the government. And they're all tied in with the CIA, all these people, by the way. Like Quigley, he worked for the State Department too. When you work for the State Department and you train the State Department people, you're part of this strange CIA system. But he did say too, he says he couldn't deny what this man had gathered. It was the factual evidence of a group. And Quigley said it says there is and has been a group that's operated for over 60 years and given us our presidents in that time, every president. And he said it's secret and it's often mistaken for communism because our goals are very similar. That's so important. You can read these little things and just dismiss them. But when you're given little gems like that, take them and investigate them. Because he's telling you, this is a global system, remember. But not just a system to bring little happy families hands across the sea. It's not that at all. It's for an expertly run society. It's the same thing that Orwell hints at too. Because he was so fanatical about it, he did go over and fight with the left-wingers against the government of Spain, for instance. He definitely was on board with much of their ideologies, but he turned against them supposedly when the communist faction were using the socialists from all the countries like Britain and so on. Then they were killing them because communism really did believe there could be no other gods before them and no rivals for sure. But they would use them and then dispose of them, and he thought it might be targeted too. But you got to understand, this guy was trained at the top university, just like Lawrence of Arabia was taught the same thing, to go over in the Middle East and subvert that country with incredible propaganda techniques and so on, before he went into actual warfare. They were trained by the British establishment, this strange entity that most folk don't understand at all, especially folk who live in Britain. They really don't. They really don't. They think it's just the vestiges of a system that's antiquated and just developed by itself from the days of imperialism. Partially true, of course, but it didn't develop by itself. And the city of London never had any preference for the British peasant over other peasantry in the planet. So you have to understand, what on earth what did Orwell envisage for himself and others who were fighting in the Spanish War? And what did he hope to gain from World War II, for instance? In World War II, he helped actually work out the propaganda, and he worked for the Department of Information. And actually, that's all these terms went into his book, Ministry of Love and all this kind of stuff, and the Department of Information. But he worked for it in the BBC, and he was responsible for making up the propaganda that was mainly broadcast initially to, well, his main job initially to India and the areas over there, for listeners there. But it was propaganda nonetheless, and other forms of propaganda, which he admitted, such as having a daily show to do with cooking and telling the people how to eat stuff that was much more nutritious for them. Listen to this. So nutritious, that was the propaganda. But it was stuff that would normally get thrown away. It had very little nourishment value at all. The people in Britain were being starved, really, with rationing. From World War I, they had rationing. Into the Great Depression, it lasted in Britain from the end of World War I. It wasn't to do with just the crash that came later. And they were in depression all the way into World War II. And then they're still on rationing, even worse rationing. And that wasn't lifted until the 1950s. And even then, most folk couldn't afford it because everyone was taxed out of sight. So you got to understand that the people who ran Britain, forget the papers and propaganda and so on, that there's a much more secretive element to Britain, like the Royal Institute for International Affairs. And the owners of all the newspapers were members of this organization, this private club. They were the advisors with think tanks for all the nations that Britain ruled over. And of course, they eventually changed the foreign ones to Council on Foreign Relations as an example, or Asian Pacific League, etc. And they still draft up the unification of continents today, like the EU, the North American Free Trade Agreement. Before that was a Free Trade Association, FTA, and so on. It's the same group who does all this work for it. You don't elect them. They're working in universities. They have universities in Canada where they are working for global governance, and they'll have little things added like innovation, but they're really CFR funded and looked after, and that's where they train future leaders for different top positions and so on. And that's also where the smart city idea has been run from, how they can innovate it, make it sustainable, meaning get out of cars for Agenda 21, for the agenda for the whole 21st century. All the different 2015, 2030, 2045, so it's all worked out that way up until the end of the century, and everything they must accomplish. It's all done with your tax money being used, never mentioned during election times, kept as quiet as possible from the general public, and you're simply run by diktats from government and even local government. We have decided blah, and that's it, just the same way as the Soviet system did it. Again, going back to Quigley, they're often mistaken for communists. Same agenda. Sustainability, reduction of population, expertly run planning for the people into the compact cities, out of the rural areas, the elimination of freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of action, and the massive training using the Aldous Huxley method, where they come to love their servitude, give them lots of drugs. That's why it's time for it now across the world. And give them lots of cheap entertainment to literally make them live in a la-la land. They already do. Look at this stuff. I keep using Australia as an example because it's a perfect example. Nothing against Australians. It's just fascinating to see how quickly they're moving it all there. And again, youngsters are almost, and if you remember the Matrix series, the movie series, there was so much in that series that people missed. You always get that. You're intentionally getting ideas thrown at you. And all the top stuff, even today, you're getting programming all the time. Like I've said before, that movie that came out, it's only one movie with brain implants where everything is seen in like glasses. Without the glasses, you'll see it inside your optic nerves, basically. Your memory will be there. You'll see everybody coming up towards you, and you'll see imprints in your lens, and basically of who they are, what they are, and all this kind of stuff. All predictive programming. You've had it your whole life, predictive programming, but now it's really here. Starting with Star Trek, the old series, with their communicator that was a cell phone. So you get taught and trained without, and you adapt into it. And Aldous Huxley said it becomes a painless concentration camp, and you give it up with perfect servility, as Rockefeller said. Perfect servility. They'll come to us with perfect servility, and they don't even know that that's how you are now. But when I look at these massive festivals in Australia, and yeah, they have lots of young female models and so on, wearing pretty well nothing at times, but you're seeing the post-cultural war episodes, a few levels of it, all past, that worked perfectly well, step by step, from the grandmother, the mother, to the daughter, well, even to the great-granddaughter today, with the sexual revolution, until sex is just a form of casual recreation. And all the old stigmas have gone because the state will deal with any, what they call, unfortunate problems for them. They're told just play and have a good time. They never mention diseases, of course, that they try to play it low-key as much as possible. Even though now in the papers, they keep warning you occasionally, for those who look at different papers than the usual ones, from the different health industries, they constantly are warning about the incredible diseases that are coming in now, of rampant syphilis, that almost was eradicated, but now it's rampant back with coming in from different countries. And there's so many types of it are pretty well resistant now to the antibiotics we have. That's only one disease. There's many of them, of course. But it's played down because they want you to have a good time, have fun, and whatever you do, don't go back to getting married and having families. That's the message, isn't it? And unfortunately, the targets that you'll see in the pictures from Australia and so on, and other countries too, naturally. Just in Australia, you've got better weather, so it goes a bit further, faster. But it's fascinating to see that they're living a virtual reality life, in fact, where they even dress up like the characters in mythological, almost cartoonish ways. But these people really are adults running around like that. And yeah, they're having fun, and yeah, you don't have any responsibility anymore over really the outcomes of things you're doing. But it ties in again with the meetings, well-documented meetings, world meetings on depopulation. Even the one, it was done during World War II, and it was the King of England that chaired it at the time. During the war, where people were being slaughtered all over the world, they were worried about too many people not dying off because of the war, and too many of people just breeding afterwards. They eventually called it the baby boomers, as though no one had children before or something. You understand the terminology is meant to make you think about things negatively. So they call them baby boomers. All the people had children before that World War II. That's how the folk who went and fought in World War II were alive to go and do it, you know. But you understand, you're constantly given terminology worked out by marketers who work with psychologists. And psychology, by the way, the real reason for behaviorism psychology was for total control of the public for this particular system I'm talking about. Hasn't changed either. And to make behavior modification easy for those who control the general public. But what I'm getting at here is most folk don't know any of this. Or if they do, they can't retain it for long. Because you're given stacks of data like never before. I've mentioned it before, even from the intelligence agencies that published some of their techniques years ago. And I've read them a few times over the years, the last over 20 years. They admit that they'll flood the people with data and trivia. And that will simply absorb their time get them nowhere because there's no danger in giving you data. The data doesn't have to be factual, true, or anything else, just data. It's mainly ooh and ah stuff, you know. Did you know that blah, blah, ooh, you know. That's how simple it is. Or lots of pictures of Siamese twins or something. I mean, this is what they give you for news. It's not news. It's deliberately put in there to distract you and to train you, and it's already worked. It's already worked. That you don't have to sit back and expect to be given any real news that is going to affect your life from the media. That's the reason for it. And data is just data. It doesn't mean anything to you. Sad but true. You understand that we are the world's problem, according to those who own us, and they're quite open about the fact that we're actually existing at their sufferance. And the way they talk to us is just as arrogantly as the elite that would talk to us back in the early 20th century, for instance. What gets me is and I look at all different aspects of everything. And when I talk about things, don't think I'm just condemning things. I'm not a person who stop anything. How could you? You understand, you can only help the occasional individual who's truly, truly sincere and who's truly wanting to know because for their own benefit, their own mental health, being awake through all of this is like the one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind. And it's true. You feel much better when you realize that as folk go crazy and you're not going crazy. It's because you understand that they want you to go crazy. And now you don't have to. You can't stop the mob, as they call it, either, because they will go whichever way they're directed. Look at the groups today that are so radicalized and how easy it was to radicalize them. When you're radicalized and you join groups, you don't think for yourself anymore. You are part of the problem. That's what the United Nations said. They hate the individual. They really hate the individual. They want you all to belong to the groups which they are partly responsible in organizing. But anyway, you've got to understand that you're living in a very complicated, multi-layered system of control. And all the departments, as I've said before, in academia, to do with the mind, with psychology, neuroscience, behaviorism, are all part of controlling you. That's their purpose. The ultimate revolution that Aldous Huxley called it. Total control, to take away your will. You remember too that Aldous Huxley and his brother, Julian Huxley, considered themselves to be part of the scientific ruling elite. And they talked about this separately, and how they belonged to a scientific family, intergenerational, a kind of revolutionary part of it too, because science is always breaking ground, technically revolutionary. But also how to do, their work was to do with controlling people. Julian Huxley worked with UNESCO to create to standardize a curriculum across the planet to ensure the same indoctrination and secular humanism across the board in all countries to make it easier to dominate and control everybody. Secular humanism is a religion, but they don't have the allegiance of the individual to a deity, which makes it far easier to control them. In secular humanism, they have lots of saints, but it's all left-wing saints of authorship, etc., that they quote and talk about, and so they can't think for themselves. The Huxleys were part of this a secret organization, very secretive, with different multi-layered factions of professionals working in their specialized areas for the same agenda. Charles Galton Darwin was one as well. And remember that particular Darwin worked in the Manhattan Project for the atomic bomb during World War II. But he wrote in the next million years that there's too many people, of the wrong people actually, and he said we'd have to, they were talking about ways to get them to stop breeding. And if they could just get the women, all the women into workforce, make it very sexy to be in the workforce, for instance, have their money and so on, and buy cars and so on, and what you wanted, then they wouldn't have to have marriage, etc. If they didn't have marriage, then hopefully they wouldn't have children. That was what he was talking about. And even before him, you have H.G. Wells talking about this. They all belong to the same organization. and had their own specialized parts to play in making things happen on behalf of this organization. It still exists today, and it succeeded beyond its wildest dreams. Destroyed the culture for the people. It's destroyed what was called religion for the people. And I'm talking about religion where you could talk to a deity who is the ultimate master, as opposed to your government. Understand, Wells said it. He said they must destroy the religions in the Western countries especially in order to dominate the people, because the biggest problem they had was the rights that their religion had given each individual versus the fact of a government who wants to take away those rights, except for the ones it gives you. In fact, they don't give you rights, they give you privileges, which can be taken off you any time. This is an incredible war, really. The cultural revolutions, we had it before, you know, in the West, even quieter ones before the sexual revolution, but we had them before the communists in China had their cultural revolution. In fact, much of what was used in China had been experimented on already in Western countries, going back to 1920s even, when they tried cocaine and drugs and the miniskirt and booze cans and made it sexy and to get people being promiscuous, you understand? But they didn't have the pill at that time, or all the abortion facilities. So they put it on hold again until the 60s. You have no idea that these things are not coincidental. It's a really worked out plan. But anyway, let's look at, say, George Orwell. George Orwell put out his book 1984 during, he really thought about the idea in the late 30s when they were going to war with Germany, and he published it in 1948, or it was released then, I should say, and it was 1984, also titled that he wanted to call it The Last Man in Europe. I think it was The Last Man, because really the last thinking person who would be able to think that it was about that too, with the character in it of Winston. After that, it wouldn't matter. No one could break free from the mind control that we instilled in everybody perfectly through science. This already happened. But anyway, he did send a copy off to different people, and one was to one of the people he admired, and it was Aldous Huxley. And Aldous Huxley had been a tutor of his at Eton for a short period in 1917. I think it was 1917, where he taught French to Orwell. And in 1932, I think it was, maybe, Brave New World came out from Aldous Huxley that really showed you through science understanding of human nature, and using the sciences to exploit this human nature and manipulate it. They could eventually come to society where you had a controlled population. You were all born in test tubes, basically, and your genes were completely manipulated for the function that you had to serve society. So there you had the perfect, as a Marxist said. And the Marxists really are just part of the same group. The real Marxists, that is, who rule the world through finances and through academia and so on. An empire. This empire. Brave New Worlds would get just an amount of different people it would need for each category, each class or caste system, from the alpha plus all the way down. So distribution of labor was already worked out. You were born into your function, basically. And you couldn't do much about it because you were genetically, any genes that would cause individuality to crop up were eliminated before, from the ovum or the sperm that was eventually put in and heavily manipulated until you were simply a repeat, a kind of clone of previous types that had gone before you in the same jobs or class. But he said that you could get the people to the exact number that you wanted for sustainability. This is 1930s, remember. You could make sure they were happy because even the traits that led to depressions would be removed from genetically. If it was genetic, it would be removed. You see, in this technique, and you would be what they wanted you to be. Very predictable. Even your likes would probably be already instilled into you. And your traits for being good at accounting or bookkeeping or whatever, with certain types that they had. And all the way down to the ones who had to do the manual work, the manual repetitive labor, boring labor, they would be made for their task, although some of them still went a bit crazy with the boredom. But that was the perfect system of Brave New World. And everyone could get Soma, the drug, which would just make them instantly happy, it would relieve you of anxiety pretty quickly, and you had a good supply of it. You had good health too. They made sure of that until a certain age would crop up, and you'd suddenly age very quickly and die. And death was also encouraged as a wonderful thing. The children were brought around not to mourn death in this atheistic type society, although the state was worshipped because it gave you all your goodies and your free sex and big clubs and all that kind of thing to be happy with. Anyway, here is what George Orwell received after sending the book out to his mentor, in a sense, someone he admired, Huxley. This is what Huxley said after reading his book, or some of his book. He couldn't read all of it because Aldous Huxley had terrible eyesight, terrible problems with his eyes. He could only read in little bursts here and there because it hurt him to try to read things. But he said that it was 1949, after Orwell's book came out, and Aldous Huxley sent a letter back. So anyway, it says here that, "Dear Mr. Orwell, it's very kind of you to tell your publisher to send me a copy of your book. It arrived as I was in the midst of a piece of work that required much reading and consulting on references. And since poor sight makes it necessary for me to ration my reading, I had to wait a long time." He goes on to say, "Agreeing with all that the critics have written of it, I need not tell you yet once more how fine and how profoundly important the book is. May I speak instead of the thing with which the book deals, which is the ultimate revolution. This is so important, the ultimate revolution. The first hints of a philosophy of the ultimate revolution, the revolution which lies beyond politics." See, here you go, beyond politics. Because all the leaders of all parties, as Quigley said, belong to the same group, and had for over 60 years in the 1960s. So you wait at the 1800s. Anyway, beyond politics and economics, and which aims at total subversion of the individual psychology and physiology, are to be found in the Marquis de Sade. So awfully important, this stuff. Who regarded himself as the continuator, the consummator of Robespierre and Babeuf. The philosophy of the ruling minority in 1984, so he's comparing his book with 1984, is a sadism which has been carried to its logical conclusion by going beyond sex, understand this, and denying it, where in actual fact the policy of the boot on the face can go on indefinitely seems doubtful. Now, don't forget that Orwell was comparing Britain and the West at that time to the Soviet Union, where they had all this stuff in effect. They put into 1984. So Huxley goes on to basically contrast the differences in how he saw the world. And don't forget that Huxley belonged to the scientific elite who understood psychology and psychiatry and behaviorism, and what we call neuroscience, and did all the studies of the ages at their fingertips. Always adding to it, right to the present, of course. But he says here, "My own belief is that the ruling oligarchy will find less arduous and wasteful ways of governing and of satisfying its lust for power." So there's no problem talking about its lust for power. Just forget all this democracy stuff, and we're here to help you. And for sustainability and saving the planet, I'm talking here, right? To save the planet, we've got to take all your rights away from you and manage you to save us all. That's just the present con, folks, to make it all happen. Anyway, it says lust for power, and these ways will resemble those which I described in Brave New World. I have had occasion recently to look into the history of animal magnetism and hypnotism, and I've been greatly struck by the way in which for 150 years the world has refused to take serious cognizance of the discoveries of Mesmer, Braid, Esdale, and the rest. Now, remember, this is written in the 1940s, and in the 50s and the 60s, they went way beyond anything with the Esalen Institute and different institutes are set up. Now you can make folk do anything you want them to do, even eat bugs on television, or lie in coffins of fecal matter, for that matter. And they'll fight each other to do it, to win something. Who would have thought, eh? Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 24th of February 2019. So let's go back to what he's saying here. Partly because of the prevailing materialism and partly because of prevailing respectability, 19th century philosophers and men of science were not willing to investigate the odder facts of psychology for practical men such as politicians, soldiers and policemen to apply in the field of government. Thanks to the voluntary ignorance of our fathers, the advent of the ultimate revolution was delayed for 5 or 6 generations. The advent of the ultimate revolution was delayed for 5 or 6 generations. Another lucky accident was Freud's inability to hypnotize successfully and his consequent disparagement of hypnotism. This delayed the general application of hypnotism to psychiatry for at least 40 years. But now, listen, psychoanalysis being combined with hypnosis, and hypnosis has been made easy and indefinitely extendable through the use of barbiturates, you're talking about drugs now, which induce a hypnoid and suggestible state in even the most recalcitrant subjects. Now, that was heavily used through the 50s and 60s and 70s, even with MK Ultra, which didn't stop when they said it stopped either, and didn't start when they claimed it started. It was much earlier than that too. They were using all kinds of hallucinogenic drugs and so on. And it says, within the next generation, I believe that the world's rulers will discover that infant conditioning, and narco-hypnosis are more efficient as instruments of government than clubs and prisons, and that the lust for power can be just as completely satisfied by suggesting people into loving their servitude as by flogging and kicking them into obedience. In other words, I feel that the nightmare of 1984 is destined to modulate into the nightmare of a world having more resemblance to that which I imagined in Brave New World. The change was brought about as a result of a felt need, right, for increased efficiency. What do you think you're hearing today about, well, sustainability? It's going to be, and they talk about efficiency for farming. It's too important, they say, at the United Nations to be left to farmers. And of course the big corporations say the same thing, because they snap up all the farms, the small farms, and amalgamate into their big monstrosities. Your whole food supply is under a small handful, maybe even one cartel really. What a power that is. What a power, eh? And you have no idea. And you trust all. That's all it holds us together is trust, isn't it? Trusting systems you don't even understand, never mind even know exist for most folk. Anyway, Huxley goes on to say, meanwhile, of course, there may be a large-scale biological and atomic war, in which case we shall have nightmares of other and scarcely imaginable kinds. So he tells you what's going to go. In Brave New World, don't forget, you have as much sex as you want. In fact, it's a cultural no-no to have the same partner over and over again. You're supposed to take different people every night of the week, basically. Don't forget when he wrote that one, 1932 or so. That was Brave New World. That was quite an idea, a thought, isn't it? The abolition of marriage. Again, same as the communists, isn't that coincidental? Again, getting back to Quigley, we're often mistaken for communists, he says. You talk about the CFR, Royal Institute for International Affairs, same group. Council on Foreign Relations. So there you have it. I mean, nothing's happened before I was born, and since, and to come. It wasn't discussed by big think tanks, by the way. Don't forget that Huxley isn't just talking off the top of his head. He belonged to the top think tanks of the day. Very secretive, very powerful, with incredible data. I've been flooding in every day on behavioral studies and so on. And even what he said here, what I've said already here, how many of you actually think about why is he talking? He's talking about Mesmer and Braid and Esdale and the rest, but the fact is, we now have so many subliminals just banging away. It's quite, whether it's legal or not, it doesn't matter, you're getting them all the time. You find the same thing with Freud's nephew, Bernays, who said the same thing, that this power to control the mind is done all the time by the big marketing organizations that knew the psychology of the people, and they are the real power behind the throne, basically. because they could tap into the unconscious desires and things that you have that you don't consciously think about very often, but they're always working on you, and they use them against you. So he puts on the line there that they could train the people in. Don't forget too, school is awfully important from very early school. Everything you read, even at school, your initial little children's stories, the authors all get paid to put the updated PC stuff into them. They get paid extra to make sure that's all in there. And the same with cartoons and movies and films. There's nothing out there that's not weaponized politically. Nothing. Not anymore. That's what we've got. Now he mentions too the Marquis de Sade. The Marquis de Sade was a sexual revolutionary. And all kinds of sadomasochism, and possibly even down to death, in fact, for that matter. And it was part two of revolution, you see, the end of this, what they called cultural inhibition, which is the only way society could survive. They didn't have welfare states by then, you know. They didn't give it to the public. Why should you pay for other people's children or for their decisions for being pregnant in the first place? I mean, these were all big things at one time. When they eventually started heavy taxation, and came the abortion clinics and so on. You got to understand, we're managed like a herd of cattle, and those who manage us often refer to us as cattle, by the way, as well. We certainly get milked a lot, don't we? Everything we produce is taken from us. But anyway, that's a different story. What I'm saying is, it's fascinating to me. It really is, to live through the time when right is wrong. It's been taught everywhere now, suddenly. And up is down, left is right, etc., etc. All the opposites come to the fore as new normals, as they were planned to come out. But to read it years ago, even as a child, a lot of this stuff, and then you actually live through it and see it happening. It's mind-blowing, even though you know you're living through an agenda, and the script is written. To actually experience the big shake-ups that go on, it's almost exciting to live through it, because you're aware of it, where most folk are not aware of it, even as they're adapting into it all. That's fascinating too, just watching and studying. As I say, Aldous Huxley did give a lot out to the public in interviews, because he always started off his talks by saying his biggest fear for the future was overpopulation. But he'd never told directly to the public. Some of them did, like H.G. Wells. Wells hated even the British working class people as being inferior. He was terrified of them, actually. They don't differentiate between the peasants, say, in countries like Britain to Africa or to China or anywhere else. They're all the same. I could go on and on and on, even though, as I say, I all week I've been just basically shoveling snow and trying to clear the roof. You swear this stuff expands, the snow, all the time. It's the strangest looking snow I've ever seen. But anyway, that's a different story again. So I'll put up some links too to show you Australia, because it ties in with what's happening in Australia, as I say, where they're at the next stage. They're almost post-sexual. It's beyond sexual revolution. It's almost it's now into sexual boredom, I think. They had books out in universities in the 80s, for instance, on what their own teachings in universities would do to society as the students went into the world and adopted into their own lives their teachings in the universities, and how sex would become boring, and then how men might get fed up having sex with women at all because it was just so commonplace, etc. And how they would introduce all kinds of self-eroticism, etc. And all kinds of, and I've seen it all happen. It's in the papers, and people have floated through it without even thinking as to how it all happened. Isn't that's what astonishes me, really. It is so true, and I hate to say it. Bertrand Russell said, "There's nothing we cannot do with people, nothing," and that should be terrifying, because when you've lost your basic common sense and grounding into personal determination and survival, it's really over for the bulk of the populace. I hate to say that, but it is true, isn't it? I can still talk to those who are looking for answers, and it is so true. Lots of people across the world come in all the time. I'm glad to say there's a great response from people who have pulled themselves out of traps they've been in with all of this, and they've got off the drugs or whatever it is that they've turned to, because a lot of them who are a bit brighter will try and quieten their minds by any kind of drug, whether it's alcohol or all the terrible amount of drugs that are out there that really destroy you. And they're learning that now they know the reasons for things, they can investigate, and it really does empower you when you know why. When you know why all the ridiculous characters are presented to you on television as new leaders of all kinds are there, and what they really belong to, and listen to the things they're promoting, now you know where it all comes from. They're all fronts. All of them, folks. Well-paid fronts. It's really something to see. Politics is completely politicized in a different way than you think of politics. Politics is a joke today, an absolute joke, as you all know. And they've managed to try and get everybody back into politics, and this wing and that wing and all the rest of it, to basically throw you off the track. They're all the same. The same agenda goes forward. I've watched it for years, since the Free Trade Agreement for Canada, through the NAFTA agreement, into the new. This changed the name because we all knew what NAFTA was. It's the same group. And the presidents of the countries must sign it the next update of it every other year or so. And have been since the first lots, way back. Regardless of the parties, who's in office at the moment, what front group is in, they all sign it and update it. None of them throw it out the window. And the intent was completely in your face in 2005. It was to literally amalgamate all of the Americas into a single system, just like Europe, with its own individual government. Now Australia, getting back to Australia as an example, it really is, I really feel sorry for Australians of how they've been a tremendous test bed for a lot of this. Here right now, you've got some of Australia's top universities are accused of selling permanent residency and access to jobs to foreign students. Every country in the West is doing the same thing. So claims made that some Australian universities are effectively selling their residency. And a Melbourne population expert said university is opening shop fronts in the city, and they're offering bare minimum courses to qualify for skilled visas, he says. We live in an age of incredible greed, folks. And since there is no morality, anything to do with even cultural morality is being tossed out the window for greed. Everywhere you look, it's the same. And it'll get a lot worse, by the way. Australia's immigration levels soared to a record high in 2018, with 832,560 new arrivals calling the country home after the government promised cuts. Now, that's not all the migrants come in. These are the ones, a lot of them that I guess it's probably they apply to come in. It reminds me of that old saying, it's a mythological saying of Nero fiddling while Rome burned. It's kind of like that, like party till you drop. If you're reading the papers as an alien looking at this strange place with these incredible big festivals they're having, and they're all having fun and so on. The music, like wearing very, very little, and I'm sure there'll be lots of sex involved and things like that. You realise that most of those people will never have children, and they won't even want children. So they're being phased out, all of them, and they don't even know that either. But they'll have fun by painless concentration camp, like Aldous Huxley said. They'll have fun until they die, basically. But they won't leave anything behind. Never mind another generation. So it's all working very well, isn't it? Another thing, too, with Australia, they always go along with the Western society, especially America, to do with who the latest enemy is. And because it was back to Russia and China, I said in the 90s in a show that they'd bring back the Russian bear, the big bad bear, if they start losing too much money in the weapons industry. And here, lo and behold, here it goes. But also China, and with that Huawei debacle that they've created, you find this what we lose if an angry China stops buying from us. Australia will plunge into a recession. It's strange, I said that last week, that Australia is proudly declaring with its virtue signaling, its leaders are, how they're banning a new coal mine from opening because they don't want it sold in the country. But what they don't mention is when they sell all to China is buying up, because in fact China's laughing at them for not having modern coal generators, which really are awfully good, because all that carbon that's just taken out of it through incredible filters now. But facts don't matter, right? You take away energy, make it expensive, people start dying, folks. Food is an energy. When you don't get what you need, the proper food, you start dying, you get sick, diseases come back. It's all part of Agenda 21 and sustainability. So China has said that with them getting this bad flack from Australia about Huawei going along with America and Canada, they're going to stop taking the coal from Australia, $22 billion a year. Now in Australia's all in panic, of course. And that'll be fixed very quickly, I'm sure. You see the groveling will happen. It says China, which also spends $10 billion a year sending international students to Australia, has hinted at a trade war in retaliation for Huawei being banned from installing the next generation 5G mobile phone network and the national broadband network over spying fears. Well, how come it's okay to buy all our computers from China because they're all made there? But one company, it's such nonsense, isn't it? The West system that runs the West created modern China. We funded them into existence. We funded our factories over there with free trade and the GATT Treaty. The people who rule us all funded it all. They own shares in all those factories in China. They've never complained until now that all your computers and so on are made there. But this Huawei one is the big, oh dear, dear, dear. Who's kidding who, folks? It's quite some, and yet there's other countries not there that make all your software and everything. And it's a country boasting openly that they do most of this, the anti-spy work and the security systems for computers. And that the guy that is now working with them was the head of the NSA in America for a while. You got to laugh at the nonsense you're getting. And we've all to emulate China anyway. They're the model state that we must all emulate. And because they control their population very, very well. And most Chinese are pretty happy people. A painless concentration camp to an extent. As long as you do what you're told and obey all the rules and don't say anything from your own thoughts, basically. They also have articles that welcome to 2019 where the phone is a weapon of deception, and a new study projects that nearly half of our calls this year will be spam. Well, who's trying to stop that? Nobody. I can see. And another thing I want to mention too, before I run out of time, I already run out of time, I've overdone it again as always, even though I didn't have anything ready really for this one, because of this last hectic few weeks actually, is Orwell talking about the press. And most folk don't know that he did the preface to his first book in 1984 that was taken off from subsequent books because it might offend folk, and he didn't want it removed, but he was talking about the press themselves and how the press go along with totalitarian regimes, including Britain. He said you didn't have to tell them what not to print. They would go along with it voluntarily. The so-called free press, right? But he also talked about censorship of speech and so on. And he says these people don't see that if you encourage totalitarian methods, he's talking about the far left and so on, which is no different than the fascist systems that they had. They're really one and the same thing. I don't care what you want to call them, it's the same thing. Run by the same people, actually, who own the whole system. To get change in the system, you need two sides. You create them, and you plan the conflict, and you plan the outcome. It says these people don't see that if you encourage totalitarian methods, the time may come when they will be used against you instead of for you. Make a habit of imprisoning fascists without trial, and perhaps the process won't stop at fascists. Soon after the suppressed daily worker, that's what we had in Britain at the time during World War II, had been reinstated. He says, I was lecturing at a working men's college in South London. The audience were working class and lower middle class intellectuals. The same sort of audience that one used to meet at the left book club branches. The lecture had touched on the freedom of the press, and at the end, to my astonishment, several questioners stood up and asked me, did I not think that the lifting of the ban on the daily worker was a great mistake? When I asked why, they said it was a paper of doubtful loyalty and not to be tolerated in time of war. So anyway, he ended up defending the daily worker, which even had libeled him at times. He knew to stand up for other people's points of view, or you're in a totalitarian system completely. The very thing you're supposedly standing up to fight against, you always become your enemy, unless you're conscious of what you're working through. People in a mob are never conscious, because they've lost their individual ability to think for themselves. Lenin, remember, talked about we shall win by slogans. Look at all the slogans across the board today. And the name-callings are just categories of slogans as well. And the main encouraged for universities. They're the main, that's the way I've said this since before probably the communist attempts to take over the West years and years ago. They're all getting trained at universities, the top universities. Why would that be? Why would your Ivy League universities have departments where they teach communism and generations of future leaders to be communists? Unless it's the same group who are your so-called fascists and your capitalists at the top. And it is. In Article 2, cold outbreaks are not caused by global warming. And it talks about the so-called floods and animal migrations and disease outbreaks and so on, mass extinctions, all the terrible things that they warn you about daily through television, no doubt. According to climate activists, they're all caused by dangerous man-made, that's anthropogenic global warming. And this in turn is supposedly caused by rising carbon dioxide levels resulting from the use of fossil fuels. They might as well add alien invasions to this because it's all nonsense. Indeed, the climate scare industry, and it is a scare industry because that's the agenda, folks, to take all your rights off you. You'll voluntarily give them up and get managed. Indeed, the climate scare industry has achieved such a level of absurdity that on February the 1st, journalist Andrew Revkin reported in a National Geographic article that many stories in recent days highlighted studies concluding that global warming is boosting the odds of cold weather outbreaks. And then this article goes through it all and debunks all their stuff and so on. And those who've been following it for years know the cons that they've pulled, where they give you scary stories and most folk can never check it up, or you can't even find data to check it up and even ridicule it or believe it for that matter. Just keep churning out scary stories. But anyway, some of the experts too, like Dr. Ball, for instance, Dr. Tim Ball, an environmental consultant, former climatology professor at University of Winnipeg, Manitoba, said that Scavia's statement is utter rubbish. It's wrong in every aspect, from the basic assumptions to the interpretation. In fact, a gradient makes things move. It doesn't keep the cold where it is. So he debunks this latest thing too. It's just too easy but don't forget the real agenda in using all these excuses. Also, there's a Centre for International Governance Innovation. It's called CG. It was set up quite some time ago, actually. The University of Waterloo is a big player in this. It's in the former Seagram Museum in the uptown district of Waterloo, Ontario. It's now situated in the CG campus, which also houses the CG Auditorium and the Balsillie School of International Affairs. It's quite interesting because international governance and innovation, all the CFR stuff, Council on Foreign Relations stuff, is it's actually really part of it, as far as I can tell. The top members of the CFR who've already done positions in CFR studies and so on, and international development research centres and so on, and to do with money and the IMF, etc., and the World Bank, people who work in all these kind of things too. It's fascinating to see. This is one of the big agencies for the CFR, Industry for International Affairs, call it what you want. It has many names for the same organisation, but it's completely on board with the whole global agenda. And they actually use Waterloo, the area, for an area for their sustainability testing and programming and so on. And they've churned out somebody who's going to go across the country now, given a plum job, obviously, to do with municipalities for climate innovation programs and so on. Do you realise there was a municipality agreement there for Transition 2050 partner grant recipients? And it's providing grants to 10 organisations that will help participate municipalities in all sizes from all regions of Canada to reach significant carbon emission reduction targets. The same agenda, eh? Get the cars off the road, etc., and decide how you're going to live, and how even building houses, where they're going to be, what kind of houses, yada, 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 yada. Did you vote for any of these things? No, you don't, and that's how you run, folks, by the so-called pretended experts. Waterloo City Councillor, where CG's headquarters is, bring climate change expertise across Canada. Eh? So somebody I've never heard of before. Award 4 Councillor Diane Freeman will be travelling across the country as part of the Municipalities for Climate Innovation Programme. Did you vote again for that? No, you didn't. And do you have a say in it? No, you don't. She says she'll be working with municipalities across the country to help them find efficiencies when addressing climate change. Now, talking about getting you out your cars and more plug-ins for electric cars, which are useless in this climate here. And they know that it's not meant to be practical. is to get rid of your gasoline engines. That's what it's for. Once they're gone, folks, you can moan all you want when your electric cars just run down, or you can't replace the batteries after 3 or 4 years, and you pay another 40, 50 grand for the batteries alone. Understand? Agenda 21, the main charter says that the elimination of private vehicles. What part of that don't you understand? And they also want to, what you're going to eat and everything else too. There's a couple of articles about that. I think what's up with that's got that, and the fact that the energy to do with food energy, as I've said last week and before, even years before, I've mentioned that food is energy, and they're going to go after that, and they have been going after that for years and years and years, and bring you down off your protein diet into vegetable diets, and you'll start seeing yourself getting sicker again too. Never mind the fact that most of what you're eating now is so heavily contaminated with herbicides and pesticides for the genetically modified food. And Canadians, by the way, remember, were the unwitting subjects for the testing of the food, GM food, for 10 years before it was admitted that the government had signed a secret deal with the big chemical agency that owned it all at the time. You know who they are, to do it. They didn't even inform the public. We were informed through a big meeting in Britain at the time when Tony Blair was going to introduce the genetically modified or engineered crops into Britain, and there was big rallies against it in Britain, and that's when we found out from the NGOs over there that they were testing it out here in Canada for 10 years in secrecy across the whole country, but study our health. They know what it does, and everyone thinks they're free, eh? Anyway, it says, Iran-Contra and arms for hostages scandals. An old one, because Elliot Abrams is back in the saddle, and he was there in 1985, to do with the wars against the same countries, and, you know, Latin America, and against Iran as well. It's just the same bunch, and him and a bunch more like him, actually. Pacific Islanders reject socialist proposal to trade sovereignty for climate change safety. And back in Australia, where you can as much sex as you want, go around with hardly none at all, but and take drugs and so on. But it says, is your home contaminated with meth? Shock has revealed that 64% of houses are tested are riddled with ice residue, posing a serious health risk. It says they did a massive test in the Sydney area. 64% of the homes tested positive, and half of Australians have been bullied at school. This is interesting too, because the mental health industry are kind of kicking back at the same time, trying to get more power over everybody, especially children. I mean, how many children now are prescribed antipsychotic drugs, or they're given basically amphetamine as well, prescription for different ADHD, etc., and all these fake diagnoses. Because young guys have got lots of it, generally grow out of it, but now they're all getting drugs, so they'll sit in school and just drool, and they don't cause any problems for the teachers. Boys are different from girls in school. I know that because I've been a boy, you see, and I can remember what it was like, and they had to get rid of that energy and have multiple breaks, etc., to run around the place and burn it off. That's the difference. So the mental health industry is trying to get back, to get more folk on it. It says, half of Australians have been bullied at school or work. Major study finds amid the warnings of currently facing a mental health crisis. It's interesting the particular group they're using to say they're getting bullied at school, because it was actually for a different purpose, as you all know what it is. But this is what they're trying to hit back with for putting so many people on drugs, so many students and so on. Because it was so bad, so many bad raps recently about the amount of children taking antidepressant pills. Since Australia's mental health crisis deepens as the number of children taking antidepressant pills doubles in just 6 years to 100,000 after a spate of youth suicides. So children are killing themselves now. Do you wonder why, when all normal purposes, which it used to be, whether you liked it or not, just very straightforward, you know. You grew up, you did certain things, and you end up generally having a family, and you worked, and they gave you purpose. And so they've all been taken away, folks, by design, by some of the folk I've been mentioning tonight, and many others who work in the same organizations. And when you lose that, you become nihilistic. You can't see purpose anymore. The electronic systems that are meant to spy on everybody and really control everybody are just that. They're not your friends. Electricity is not your friends here. They can't supply you with a virtual, real person, you, a friend of you. It won't happen. And to have real people in the world is becoming less and less probably able to actually find any who can be real friends with people anymore. They're all rather screwed up. It's not their fault. They are truly the victim. They're the targeted people. Everybody's been targeted for total change. And with nihilism of two, it's easier to bring in euthanasia, isn't it? They're already doing it in some countries since they introduced euthanasia, and they want to give them to people who are just fed up and depressed, so make it legal, you see. You see where it's all going and meant to go. And then life becomes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and eventually they'll sterilize even more folk openly, not just in the ways they've been doing it in everybody so far in the West. They want efficiency, as they said, as Huxley said. Children deliberately overdosing on antidepressants and antipsychotics. It's astonishing. It says people born after 1997 are most at risk of self-harm poisonings, according to a study published in the BMJ Open on Thursday. And girls are much more likely to overdose than males at a rate of 3 to 1. And it's mainly dispensed psychotropic medications. Quite some when children at these ages can find no natural excitement to be alive and purpose. And do you think that's just coincidental, do you? And also the mental health industry is trying to get more. Well, we've got to deal with this. No, I think they help cause it along with the culture industry, folks. Don't you? And that's really what is happening, isn't it? The people really don't know what's been done to them. They think they're, again, in a painless concentration camp because they can play until they're geriatrics. In fact, just play, take drugs and play. Don't think about anything serious, which keeps you out of the picture of doing anything that may alter the future. Just play until you're into an old age home, and maybe they'll euthanize you if you become too expensive and as a burden on society. They've got people in Australia, professors, who come out and said all that kind of stuff. They see nothing wrong with it. In fact, one of them got lots of airtime naturally. They always give them airtime, you understand, because it's a system that wants it. And one professor said that. And it gets them all these little clicks on the internet. Oh, they're clicking. You can't do anything naturally now. You've got to be sensational about it. But he said that the older folk who are in their 60s could maybe just die off. I mean, voluntarily die off. And leave more jobs for the young folk. So what I'm saying isn't some conspiracy stuff. It's from their own lips. And there's also an article too I could put up. It's from Conspiracy Theory, where the CIA came out with the idea of in the 60s to try and ridicule folk who were asking questions about JFK at the time. And they said, we'll start labeling everybody a conspiracy theorist, even though conspiracy is one of the biggest crimes in the US. They all start off with conspiracy theories in court. They're called conspiracy theories. When they go after different people, they find out certain things. And someone did a survey recently in the US court system, and they found out there were 10,000 initial, on the first search that they did, current conspiracy theory investigations going on right now for court purposes. It's an accepted term, and always has been in the court system. But when they want to ridicule you, they call you a theorist. Mind you, counterintelligence, for the same one system that runs everything, gives you your almost clones. They'll come out there, say the same things you've been talking about because they grab it all, and then they bring in aliens and different kinds of weird, strange beings to try and lump people like myself into that group. Even though I don't talk about the strange beings and so on, they eat, drink blood and all that nonsense. But that's what they do. It's called counterintelligence. You bring out the leaders for that, heavily finance them. They're not out there by chance, folks. You have no idea of the scope of the war that you're born into. You have none at all. There's very little, if anything at all, in the system left to chance on behalf of those who rule, with all the financing in the world to do it all with, since your tax money pays for all. Anyway, I've got to go out, I guess, and check my roof right now and see how it's doing, if it's still holding up all right. But as I say, I never prepared anything really. It's just that we're living through amazing times. And for those who are thinking about getting depressed, believe you me, if you get through life and you have 3 to 5 friends, maybe 1 or 2 good friends, think yourself lucky, because Plato said the same thing in his day, that that's about the average of what you might get if you're lucky. You might only get one, you know, and you might only get one for a little while, because people do change. And that's another talk too, mind you. The hardest thing for people who are really searching for what's happening is to find others of like mind. And even then you got to be very, very careful, folks, because there's a lot of frauds out there and con folk out there too. And lots of us say counterintelligence people who are put out there intentionally to waylay you on your search. So don't get depressed about things. There's lots in the world to be fascinated about, in the world itself, that hasn't been touched by those who ruled all. It truly is. That's where true life and humanity comes, is watching other things, even animals and so on. It's from that kind of thing. And from the occasional incredible decency that can break through from people in times of crisis. It's those things that you'll remember. But don't get depressed, because if you still have your thoughts, you can still keep them pretty well to yourself, and at least you'll understand why things are happening in this system, in this tyranny. And it's a tyranny, and we're going through a phase of it where it's becoming more of an open tyranny, where you're going to be punished for thinking what they claim is the wrong thing. They'll have other terms for it. They used to call it subversive thinking, and treasonous thinking, or revolutionary thinking. All the things which are not in vogue right now, which is opposition to tyranny. That's the crime in itself. Or refusing to be told what to call different things with new terms and all the rest of it. These are forms of tyranny, from the top down, not from the bottom, folks. Nothing happens from the grassroots unless it's authorized from the very top. Anyway, for myself, from a very cold, still cold Ontario, Canada, where it's possibly going to be an awful lot of, 8 hours of hailstones. That's a lot of hailstones and ice, then followed by rain, which will freeze on top of it. It's very slippy, no doubt. Good night. So I'll say good night from myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada. May your God or your gods go with you. I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 3rd of March, 2019. For those of you who are still getting whacked by winter, as I am here in fact, my sympathies go out to you, because it's been a long, long winter this year, and it has really been a physically long winter, because here it started in September with snow, which didn't disappear right at the present time, and I'll still get a lot more snow yet, I'm sure, going into March, April, and maybe even beyond, who knows, because this happens once every 20 years or so, they say. It's not that unusual, although, of course, with geoengineering going on and all the testing they say that they're doing across the planet, from official statements from universities, they're involved in the geoengineering projects, that who knows what normal is anymore when it comes to weather control. Because that's the purpose of geoengineering, of course. And it's like that statement the US Air Force put out years ago saying, owning the weather. Look it up for yourself. But it's been happening. So this is the whole thing today. You're living in a system managed by experts from top to bottom of every aspect of your life, literally, even physically. You're managed by experts from birth to death. And that is the system that was dreamed about for centuries, actually, before H.G. Wells came along. He was one of the recipients of the knowledge to do with this world that people they'd be hard pressed to even define. But see, the whole idea of left, right, and all this kind of thing, and capitalism, communism, is all a strategy of systems, all owned by the same people. Experiments, if you will, too. And from the communist experiment, which is just collectivism on steroids in a sense, which is what we have to go into again, a more advanced form of it. You won't even probably have a name for it. They'll keep the same names. Or you're living in a paradise, a democratic paradise. But in actual fact, it's a managed system run by scientists, those in academia, again planned and discussed and written about copiously for well over 100 years. You can get the books on it by many of the participants at the top, or at least near the top. And even the ones near the top, like the Huxleys and so on, admitted that they were not at the top. There was still a dominant minority who controlled everything and owned everything, basically, who ran the financial systems. Because everything, no matter what plan you have in mind, has to take into account this strange thing called money, or means of transactions and exchange, and things like that. Where it's the state that appears to be in charge of it, which it never is, or it's the private groups that are in charge of it, which is more true, I think. Then we find that they did all these experiments. They found out how to control the whole planet better. They kept talking about, like I mentioned last week, about necessity and efficiency. Aldous Huxley said it probably come about because this drive for efficiency. He's not talking about tying your shoelaces or doing away with the shoelaces and putting Velcro on. He's talking about efficiency from those who saw themselves in charge already of the world, and if they could get more control over every aspect of every individual's life, like a standardization process, they would achieve their goals much more readily and easily. So that's where we are today. The creation of what appears to be 1,000 different fragments of a system, all pretending they're different, are really the parts of 1,000 points of light. That's what they call it in the occult. They've always called it that. George Bush Jr. called it that too. So did Senior. 1,000 points of light. Very occultic, working to bring about this utopia on earth for themselves, for their own progeny to control, as the rest of the unfit gradually die off. And they admit in their writings that they have all the time in the world to do it. Because our lives are pretty short. They are pretty short, really. The time you hit 40, you might think everything's just crawling. You wonder, you may be bored stiff waiting for it to pass quicker. Strange thing to say, but it's true. And then suddenly, all this goes on a roller coaster until you wonder what happened to all the years since. But the thing is, our lives are short. And because they're short, we're very short-term planners in a sense. Most folk think to the immediate future, especially men, and it used to be basic, very simple. It didn't always work out, but the fact is it was simple. You were young, you would get some kind of work, you would get married for one reason or another. And that was the way for a long, long time, for centuries. And once you were married, you got on with it, and you'd have children because there was no contraception at one point. And once the children came along, both the man and the woman would get stuck in. They're young, they're healthy, they're able to cope with it. And that's true enough. When you're young and healthy, there's less problems for the woman having childbirth in the first place and coping with, because it takes a lot of energy, as you know, to bring up children. So that was it. There were no great expectations beyond that. And because you weren't working 12 to 14 hours a day, generally, by then, you'd already had big mass demonstrations and strikes to bring in shorter work weeks into a stage where you actually had time to go home and say hello to either your relatives or your wife or your husband or whatever it happened to be. And you had a chance to converse with them for a couple of hours before you hit the sack and slept, to get up early in the morning for the next work. So that was the whole idea of it. Before that, you didn't have much time because under laissez-faire capitalism, as it was called, the capitalists who owned all the factories, and they owned the country, in fact, and they owned the armies. I mean, the armies didn't see it that way, but that's how it was. They were used for private corporations, businesses, on behalf of the crown, as they call it. And that's the way it was. You can criticize all you want, but that's the way it was. And lots of folk would join the army when there was no work. That was standard as well. And they were often given simple reasons for the wars, the empire and all that kind of thing. And they would believe in the propaganda, very basic, you're bringing civilization to whatever it happened to be. But in reality, it was for the benefit. In hindsight, we see it all. It's always in hindsight you see things. You see it was for really very incredibly wealthy managers of finance based in London, who ruled the whole system and the empire. And they used the empire really, and the whole idea of what Britain was, or the UK and so on, what it was actually a private enterprise for big business. Because once it started collapsing, people saw the devastation in the country, There was nothing set up for the people who literally were in poverty. They were demolished by high taxes. They were demolished by malnutrition from countless wars, one after the other. And they didn't even have safety nets, social safety nets, to finance the people when they were sick or dying. There was no National Health Service. That's something that people have got a hard time to, you got to bite on it at times and chew it, don't you? It's nasty, but that's the way it is. And indoctrination is a tremendously powerful thing. And it doesn't take long to indoctrinate people if the experts are involved in indoctrination. And that's the saddest, scariest thing, is that it can be done to any generation for any purpose that the masters require at the time. Today is just too perfect, with psychologists and behaviorists and all the rest of it working full time in big panels with government, like big marketing. How do you put ideas across to the public? Like the behavioral insights teams, all psychologists. Psychology, remember, was dreamed up to control the public, folks. That's what it's for. That's what it's for. Psychiatry was going to go a step further by bringing in drugs with it. And don't forget the first drugs that Freud kept prescribing to even his friends and himself, cocaine. And they had no problem with heroin and so on too. So this idea of using drugs on the public, the Soma idea, was nothing new. You find Huxley's Brave New World as well. It hasn't gone away. It's here today bigger than ever, actually, with the legitimization, or legalization, I should say, of all drugs. It isn't just marijuana. This should be legalized. They want to go the whole gambit because society is now literally to go over the abyss into the big depopulation program by those who control. And this is not conspiracy theory. It's not theory at all. I generally just quote by their books.
Conspiracy bullshit. Come on. You're a more intelligent man than that. Well, come on. I mean, come on. Listen, there has never been a conspiracy in this country.
I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago.
You know, is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and to make that trade-off in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
But of course, in any political system, there are sort of over-the-table and under-the-table arrangements.
The United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation.
They put out themselves by authors who are in the big foundations that bring all this about. They're in the big think tanks that work with all governments, advising them on policy, generation after generation. That's the beauty of it, getting back to the short span of your life. Every foundation has a list of its own agendas to accomplish and work at, including to create more and more non-governmental organizations, to even recruit and train children to be the future leaders of these organizations in 20, 30 years, 40 years' time. And that's no conspiracy theory either. You can see it on their own websites. And they do this constantly. All the leaders you see getting churned out in front of you were picked a long time ago and trained for their positions. It doesn't even mean that they even believe in them themselves. Because you don't have to tell them all the facts involved where you want to go with an agenda. You don't even have to tell political parties what their whole agenda is. Political parties generally don't want to know. They just want to get in and to fill their pockets. And they get rewarded mightily. They all know this mightily from so many sources if they nod and go along with the policies that are put in front of them by people who are unelected. That's the reality of life. The school systems are such an amazing system, really, because it's got nothing to do with education. It's indoctrination of policy by those who own you, basically. That's what it's for. The reason that Aldous Huxley had no problem, as I talked about last week, about his agenda, the agenda that he saw for Brave New World coming into being, where the folk would float through it step by step, float into it with no real reaction against it. And eventually it would be there. It might take 100 years or 200 years, but it would come. It's here already, really, but it would come. And so everybody would fulfill their function in their strata of society, all the different types, all the way from the alpha, plus all the way down, for the division of labor, for their hive community to work efficiently. That's what it was all about. And that really is what it really is all about. And that's what he meant by efficiency. It would come about by efficiency. And you can go all the way back into Plato and all the other philosophers of his era who talked about life in general. These people had no real problems in the world, like Plato and Aristotle. They were all of a leisure class who could sit around and drink their wine and indulge in different things that would be, well, at one time people were horrified about, but the thing is, they could speculate. Their whole life was about speculation and humanity's role and place in this universe of theirs that they saw. And they studied everybody. If you want to control nations, including just even your own nation, you must understand how people work. And so they add in every generation other observations on humanity and all segments of humanity and genders and everything else. And that's what they did. And so you find that Plato talked about efficiency and necessity. And he also had his book put out called The Republic, where that became basically almost like a Bible in esoteric circles. And for those who don't understand esoteric circles or esoteric lore, it isn't anything to do with vampire slayers on television. The occult is simply hidden. It means hidden. Those who wanted revolution to destroy the old power structures in society, like the Catholic Church, were often people from a different belief system who wanted to dominate as well. You find all plays down through history. Don't believe that everyone's just either a winner or a loser. There's competition. There's always power plays between every group out there, even in all strata, even in the left wing. Power plays galore. And just need to satisfy what you think is your right to dominate others. And so you find that the occult has always been used to overthrow or try to overthrow existing power structures. And even in those who were the recipients of history and power within ruling organizations like the long-established churches, because they had incredible knowledge going way back up to the present time of real history as it happened by parchments and scrolls that were sent back and forth all the time, just like ancient Egypt did as well. And you had, and a lot of it haven't even been opened yet, apparently, even in the Vatican. There were so many coming in all the time, from all over the world. But they have them. And it was the same with Egypt. And in fact, some cities in Egypt were built as centers for the origins of much of the empire's scroll making, going back from all the different parts of their empire. And we have their own histories of this too. There's still remnants of the histories of, and it was surprisingly efficient. It wasn't like haphazard, we'll come back in a few months with information on this outpost out so and so. No, the Egyptians had it within days sometimes, or a week. Very efficient. So you understand, humanity and this ruling over other people, so that a minority can live like kings and queens, is not new. And you had the minority at the top that was often called royalty. And then you had a priest class in ancient Egypt that were literate. They were a specialized class in different areas of ruling different segments of society. And they lived better than the peasants who had to till the ground and do all the hard, heavy work and supply all the things and make all the things that kept everybody else in luxury, the small minority. Nothing changed for really thousands of years, really, when you think about it, really. Huh? Nothing really changed. until maybe the 20th century. When into the 19th century, you definitely had the empire ideal of, say, Britain. It wasn't the only country, of course. France had it too, and other countries, and Holland had it for a while too. Even Belgium had colonies across different parts of the world, including Africa and the Belgian Congo. But you got to understand that these colonies really were to do for, as I say, for big business and resources, for big businesses. And the ordinary people, even in their home countries, didn't benefit from it much at all. Life would go on as usual for ordinary peasant classes. We forget that in Britain, for instance, nothing would have changed if it hadn't been for the plagues, the Great Plagues. It killed so many of the serfs off. And serfs were bought and sold with the land. They were the property of the owners, the landlords. It's a nice term rather than say they're slaves, isn't it? But mind you, too, they could get branded if they moved off the land as we're buying and selling it. If they actually moved and ran away, they got branded. So we've got to, again, come back to reality and say, wait a minute here, what about this free ancient society? As I say, before the Normans came in with this massive organization, really, it came with it, of social management and lords and feudal lords and all the rest of it, it was a bit different and a bit more, I would think, more easy to comprehend as a more humane tribal system. But anyway, things go the way they go. And out of this drive for quotas and guaranteed incomes for lords, and they would pass up their income to the one above them, to the one above them, up to the royalty, up to the king eventually. That's how it worked. Then they wanted more efficiency. And that's really why, even with agriculture, more efficiency came in over time. Not because they wanted to feed more people and keep them happy. Because most of the peasants, 60% I think it was, of their produce was taken from them for taxes. And there were, out of the 40% that was left, they had to pay any higher labor that tacked themselves onto them, and had to pay for their foodstuffs for their animals, and keep themselves alive and so on, and for clothing, etc. So I cannot look at the past and think it was a sort of wonderful time. Although in amongst it all, I'm sure everybody, in little moments of their, or even in a holiday, one thing about the church is they gave them holidays, a lot of holidays at one time, and festivals, and during those times, we all, being human, can appreciate a nice, beautiful day and the things in nature that stick with you, like an instant of timelessness, as I always think of it. And that's what we these are the things that really make life more precious, I think. If it's all hell, then that can lead you to a different road altogether. But getting back to the occultic system is multi-layered, always. One by the ruling classes for themselves, another one for the helpers, the professional classes, as you call them, who manipulate it all for efficiency's sake on behalf of the owners, the dominant minority. And then there's even lesser ones further down who believe in certain things to do with the occult, but they all believe in one thing for sure, is that you never tell the complete truth to the general population, the peasantry. That's never changed, never will change. Never. It's like I think that there's been different people in time made the same statement that, and I think Roosevelt was one of them, FDR said it too. He said, for everything that happens, there's a good reason. That's one given to but then there's a real reason. That's never given to the public. It's therefore the same with those who are put in front of the public view, who have some kind of power as a helper. The Al Gores, that strata, who give little statements here and there, which you can pick up on and understand, really, if you understand much at all, that they're giving you two different messages, one for their own group and one for the general public. And for the true believers who are brainwashed at much even lower levels, lower strata, to do with environment, because the environment is and sustainability is the mantra they picked on, because eugenics got a dirty, dirty name because of World War II. Those at the top still believe in eugenics in a big way, and they have never ever changed their opinion on it, that they must change society, hence your Brave New World scenario of genetic alteration and eventually the creation of the proper types to run the world and work in the world and live in the world, and not this haphazard idea of the old-fashioned way of simply passing on groups of genes, some of which might be, they claim, defective. So that's the whole idea of it. And like all movements way down, really all movements of revolution are a continuation of the same group by predecessors, and often related, in fact, to the same people and families. Not always, but some of them certainly have been. And you go way back into the Middle Ages and find out the different retaliations of certain segments for the ruling oligarchies of their day, especially the churches, because they themselves, they had a separate religion. And the religion was couched in occultic language for their own safety. That way, if they were ever caught, they could always say they meant something else. And if no one had a dictionary of translations, then they couldn't be prosecuted. There's always the benefit of the doubt there, you see. Albert Pike said the same thing. He says, we never speak so plainly as when we do in public. And what he meant, but to other brother Masons, because the general public wouldn't catch on what they were saying. You find old talks by Manly P. Hall, which are kind of fascinating. He's a very old man, talking at one of the philosophical clubs that he belonged to, in organizations. And that was a popular thing too, the philosophical clubs, as they couched it too. He does go on about what had to be done, and he almost breaks beyond the boundaries of acceptable speech, because he's adamant on the fact there's too many of the wrong kinds of people in the world. Eugenics. And they always tied it in, too long before Al Gore came along, or any of the rest of them, they always tied it in to the same thing as eugenics. If people outbreed the ones who should be allowed to breed, if the general masses outbreed them, they'll use up all the resources. That was an old thing going way back into the 1700s and up to the present day. Hasn't changed. And so how do you get the people to stop breeding? Well, you create the problems, you see, that promiscuity, promoted promiscuity will create, which is unwanted pregnancies. And then you say, oh my goodness, look at this, oh dear, what we do. And then you introduce National Health Service systems, and then you perform abortions. So you must create the problem first of all, and then say, well, it's no longer a problem now. And they make it normal until people think, well, there's nothing, you know, this is the normal thing to do when you get pregnant. So you can fulfill your goals with the general population by introducing that. It's been awfully successful, because from the 50s and running into the 1960s, and out came the pill, and the miniskirt at the same time, and promiscuity. Once you do that, then you're on the way of destroying the need for a family, the man, the woman, and children. And you can go on from there, you see, and they say it's been awfully, awfully successful in the West. And where you always find this dichotomy, this paradox, in a sense, of excuses, is where they conflict with each other. The ability to hold two opposing opinions in your head and believe in them both at the same time, as George Orwell said in 1984. Doublethink. Your own governments across the world have spokespeople who come out and tell you, there's too many of you. Way too many of you. We can't go on like this and sustain the country. As though they're supporting you. Huh? I mean, you're supporting them. And a lot less money than they're taking off you. But the facts don't matter. So they're telling you this. And at the same time, they're telling you, because they say there's too many of you, then they're telling you there's not enough to pay taxes that we owe, or the money we owe the banks. So they've got to open the floodgates for mass migration. And that's the excuse for mass migration and the elimination of borders. You understand what I'm saying here? Which one is it? You think they'd be quite happy with folk dying off and fewer and fewer and fewer people? Huh? Do you really think they would risk their own elimination and disappearance at the top. Do you really think they'd do that? If it was purely because there's not enough folk to pay taxes? Do you really think that? So if they're not afraid of millions coming across Europe to add to the population, if they're not afraid of having to support all of them and what they're consuming, getting taken out of sustainability program, why would you at the same time say there's too many of you? Which one do you want? Less or more? Less or more? Simple, isn't it? But you'll never get a straight answer because they have no straight answer to you. Again, there's always a good reason and then there's a real reason. You'll never get told the real reason. You have to dig for it yourselves. The elimination of borders is an old idea for those who gave you eugenics and who are alive and strong and well through over 1,000 think tanks and foundations all working together. And they're on their way to getting what they want. The elimination of national boundaries, a standardized society. They don't care about different colors or peoples or ethnic groups. If they can standardize them all with the same speech, the same understanding, the same new culture, that's what they hope to bring in eventually, then they can dominate and control all of you and then bring you down population-wise, or sterilize you. Like the West already going down the tube step with sterility, as we know. It's one of the main problems that they have. It didn't happen by itself, and they'll never tell you either why it is happening. You're in a eugenics program, that's what I'm saying. And you were in it before you were actually born. And in the future, a lot will be more so in it because they won't be allowed to be born. That's part of it too. You have politicians coming out saying it now. They're reviving the old idea that came out way back in H.G. Wells' day. Oh yeah, you know, and his co-founders too, like George Bernard Shaw, about the need to even have permission to have children. They're back to that again, you see. But again, don't forget, under eugenics, you serve the world state, as they say. Then you see your reward. You have lots of rewards, but one of them will have the right to pass your genes on into a new child, for a new child to be born. This has always been the same goal. That's what really is amazing to me. It's under this mass confusion that appears as mass confusion to the general public who don't have the time to go into all this stuff. Then they can really rush ahead with their agenda, which they're doing, of course. But also, their indoctrination techniques are so politicized and spread through all communication, all movies and books and novels and probably ads on television too. I don't know. I don't have TV. But so there you go. I mean, it's through everything by design, not because it's just chance or coincidence. And if you go into, as I say, the old occultic stuff, you'll find the discussions really of eugenics and even reincarnation. That was a big thing. That was often couched in reincarnation, for those who don't know. That the idea that, oh, you've been reincarnated so many times. Plato talks about it, didn't he? When he and his friends supposedly, in a little talk that they had, Plato says, why do you think we understand basic mathematics and geometry and things like that, you know, and others don't? And he gives an example of children. And he says, well, come here, boy, you know, and he gives him a little puzzle. And the little boy figures it out. He says, there you go. So this little boy, why does he know that? Where other little boys won't know this, how to do this or how to do that. Because we've done it before, he said, we've lived before. So that was their way of justifying why they were superior. Superior is the word, you see. That was it. That hasn't changed. That really hasn't changed. And under that doctrine, I don't care what you want to call it, it's a doctrine or religion. Secular humanism is religion too, you know. And for those who say they believe in nothing except existentialism and humanism, they're in a religion. Because, strange enough, their mind will go off. They might not, as long as they don't have a name to brand it with, they're quite happy. But they'll give you the same signs and symptoms of any other religion. Of what the Marxists were the same. You need an awful lot of faith to believe in that. Awful lot of faith. Because supposedly it was so complex, only the great leaders who designed it understood it. Isn't that beautiful? You find the same thing with occultism. it's often used as a, and it always was in polite circles, as a technique of communication, of superiority, of class amongst themselves, for those who don't quite get it. I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 3rd of March, 2019. And also remember, too, that even with the Hellfire Club, you'll find that Benjamin Franklin belonged to some of the clubs in those days. And these Masonic clubs were not for the average person. They were for Masons, sure, but at that time, Masons were generally people of dignity. They were called gentlemen, or sometimes called Gentile men, but gentlemen. And they often had a prostitution brothel attached to as part of it. And you think, well, I guess they're just indulging themselves, eh? But it was more than just that. It was to do with selective women who had what they call quality and character and intellect and health, that they could mate. Again, that was your privilege. You could get mated with one to have an offspring with, out of wedlock, who would be trained then as a form of, many names have been used for, even Aleister Crowley could talk about the magical child, etc. Today, we can read about it in the Foundation's writings, as I mentioned before. They select children. They don't tell you who bred them, but they select children. And they train them to be rulers in a whole bunch of different areas, which govern us all. And we don't elect any of them, because most of our governance today are unelected organizations and this farcical thing called democracy. Anyway, I could get really into depth with all this stuff, but really, you have to, and you got to chuckle too at the nonsense of it all. You know, how we believe, and they get people all round up about democracy. And by God, they really get round up, don't they? Democracy. And here's the thing too, for those who belong to these organizations, they hated, and still do hate, the general average, low-educated working class. They really hate them, despise them with a passion. H.G. Wells said it too. He says, you know, look at the people. He says, the poor, what you do, he says, you can help them. You help them get over their sicknesses and illnesses. And he wasn't just talking about Britain, he's talking about the rest of the world through charities, etc. at that time. And he says you can vaccinate them against diseases and even throw money at them. He says, what did they do? He says, they breed. And folk thought, well, I guess he's talking about Africa, because Africa, they're always throwing money at Africa, and they couldn't see the results from it. They couldn't see it, because most of the money wasn't getting there, obviously, either. But the corruption's rife in a lot of different nations, too. Every nation's got corrupt. The groups that rule you are legitimate because they conquered and slaughtered folk thousands or hundreds of years ago. And through time, they become respectable. Every country is the same. That's how it is, folks. Those who take the chances, they're bold. Knights are bold. They slaughter their people. They do things that you wouldn't do. They take the chances. They're the ones that win, you see. That's how it works. And we're taught that that's somehow, now they're nice and clean and superior hundreds of years later, their offspring. Really? That's how it happens. Every country is the same. Every country. So H.G. Wells and many of his own ilk were really disgusted at the working classes, but he wasn't talking about that. He was talking about folk in Britain. Yeah, he was. The great H.G. Wells, eh? And he talked about a rulership of the air, you know, a Masonic brotherhood of the air, a secret society who would rule through science, the general population, and things to come. So that's really how it's done. And he belonged to all the societies too, and co-founder of the Fabian Society that would achieve its goals for this plan system. It might take him 100 to 200 years, depended, to achieve it. Well, they've done pretty well up to the present time, haven't they? And don't think it was a separate organization from what was called the far right of his day, those who ruled the empire. It's just different branches to serve different functions and to con and use different societies within and populations within this empire. That's all. Hasn't changed. Eugenics, eugenics, eugenics. And here we all are, really the end product of it. And they're even harvesting. And we know this for harvesting. It's been in lots of top magazines and newspapers about the harvesting of children's organs and for sale and different things like that too. We know all this stuff for stem cell research and longevity projects, etc., etc., etc. And that is true too, by the way, that they've always been, I've said it for the last 25 years or more, that there've always been 3 levels of reality existing at the same time in any profession or field of science, including medicine. Basic medicine that's taught in university for GPs is the lowest form of it. There's another level above it that's given to people who've worked for the system tirelessly and got well rewarded for pushing it all, and they'll have longevity. Then there's another level above that too, where they can do amazing things to rejuvenate the body, to fight all kinds of disease, including cancer and infections. So when the working peoples at the bottom get told about a new system to fight this or fight that or even cancer, it's actually obsolete in the second level and third level, or the ones above them. So that's really how it works in the system. And same with knowledge and everything else too. Today, finding the truth in this day of mass communication is almost impossible because there's so much sensationalism going on everywhere to get hits, as they call it. And click, and clickbait, etc. That's how they think they're successful, by getting lots of clicks and so on, and stirring emotions. And of course, those who rule the world have stacks of massive foundations working tirelessly every day on the internet with all kinds of pretended reasons for existing and for what they do. So it's pretty well impossible now. I hate to say it, but it's true. And I knew this would come a long time ago. Now let's look at this big organization that was based in London. Still is, of course, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, private organization that anyone who's anybody in history for the last few hundred years belonged to, basically, even before it was called the same. But it was called different names before that. Winston Churchill was bamboozled about it. He knew it existed. It was a covert thing. You'd get whispers of it running the British Empire behind the scenes. And he made a speech in Parliament about it that was disgraceful, how, because he wasn't in the loop at the time, of how it was really running the whole affairs of the empire and creating wars for its own gain, etc., its own purpose. Although it would seem from later speeches he was certainly well aware of what it was and he was part of it with the round table societies and so on. But at different levels, it had an inner party, outer party, and it had foreign branches that tried initially to hide themselves by giving different names to themselves. But it's the same organization for world empire that I'm talking about tonight, to say all these different aspects of it as part of the same system. And the US took over a big part of the active participation of funding it across the planet since just before and after World War II, up to the present time, under the guise of Council on Foreign Relations and another specialized branch called the Trilateral Commission, where the technocrats that do the real signing and drafting up of plans and so on with think tanks and getting them signed without any votes going through, they're the real movers and shakers, including the guys who really manage the central banking system that's part of it too across the world. So we're run by agencies of which most folk are completely oblivious of, but it's the same organization, very old, with the same agenda, working tirelessly through foundations as they hire, work and retire and recruit and train and retire for generations. They can always achieve their objectives, getting back to what I said earlier. We are short-term thinkers. Foundations are not. They don't have to be. And this is where we are today with it all, too. But it's really so sad. The people for the last 100 years worked and died, and went through often wars and everything, never knowing that this was behind everything that was happening in their lives. And all the topics, even for gossip for the papers, was dished out by them too. And entertainment as well. What kind of entertainment? What's embedded in entertainment? That's how all-encompassing this happens to be. So in the US, they made the Rockefeller family, the movers and shakers, as a big, huge branch for America. And they would go under the guise of philanthropy, naturally. But they would take all over, as they always do, across the planet, resources, number one, for different guises and under different reasons, and so on, but always take over resources, always to help the people, of course, but also education as well across the world, standardized education, promote all the agendas for sustainability, etc., to the present day, and finance all the top players and train them, even again from children, who will end up prominent in sciences, in social sciences, in academia, etc., and in politics too. And this is no conspiracy theory, it's a fact. In the US, there's a really good book put out, in fact, about Rockefellers. It's about social control and Rockefellers, and the book is called The Rockefeller Foundation's Molecular Vision of Life: How the Aims of Eugenics, Social Control, and Human Engineering Shaped Molecular Biology and 20th Century Science. A review of Lily E. Kay, that's her name. It says The Molecular Vision of Life at Caltech, Rockefeller Foundation, The Rise of the New Biology. It came out in 1993 by Oxford University Press. It says, in the molecular biology we have inherited from the 20th century merely a product of the scientific method, an inevitable set of conclusions spawned by the cumulative impartial deduction of the theoretical principles from objective observations, or was it molded, shaped and directed by an elite establishment that had aims much broader than the pursuit of science? In her 1993 book, The Molecular Vision of Life, Dr. Lily E. Kay, whom a 2001 MIT News Office obituary referred to as one of the outstanding historians of biology of her generation, argued that the new biology was largely created by the Rockefeller Foundation and its subsidiary program at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, through consensus between a scientific elite and a business elite whose broader aims centered on eugenics and the need to create a mechanism of social control and human engineering. The new science did not just evolve by natural selection or randomly distributed disciplinary variants, nor did it ascend solely through the compelling power of its ideas and its leaders. Rather, the rise of the new biology was an expression of the systematic cooperative efforts of America's scientific establishment, scientists and their patrons. It's interesting to see every scientist is backed heavily by patrons. To direct the study of animate phenomena. Now, animate is everything that moves, including people, right? Along selected paths towards a shared vision of science and society. By the way, this name they give it, Molecular Vision of Life, it was the third version. They already had eugenics before, it didn't go down too well, and another name too, so this is the third one they used on it. It says that the term molecular biology, in fact, was created in 1938 by Warren Weaver, director of the Rockefeller's Natural Sciences Division, to rename for the third time the program originally known as psychobiology, the aim of which was rationalization of human behavior. Psychobiology, you see. The model Kay uses to describe the historical process was one of the consensus that does not necessarily require the active complicity of all scientists. Now, he's beautiful too, how they can use everybody who are willing. They're not really quite dupes, they're well paid for it. You know, they probably suspect they're dupes in a sense, but they don't care. Most scientists don't care, as long as you get well padded wallets. Many of them did not share the goals of eugenics, social control, or human engineering. Many of them, even at the elite level, were interested in the pursuit of pure science, even though they were certainly aware of the goals of the business and administrative elites within the Rockefeller foundation. Scientists and foundation elites needed each other, however, and the end result was that the new biology would not be an open-ended investigation of the riddle of life, but would rather be directed investigation to answer specific questions in ways amenable to the goals of eugenics and social control. And it says at Caltech and the New Molecular Biology, the Rockefeller Foundation in 1913 poured $25 million of support into this investigative study, you see, between 1932 and 1959, and ended up with Nobel Prizes, etc. I think they said there was 18 Nobel Prizes to do with eugenics and manipulation of humans and so on, and 17 of them were from the Rockefeller Foundation themselves and funded by them. So they also direct, you understand, you can direct where science is going to go, including how to create infertility in people if you need be. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different areas if you're directing the sciences to do with social policies, eh? Anyway, it says World War I ushered in a new political and economic ideology of cooperation that departed from 19th century individualism and stressed interdisciplinary projects, team players, and coordinating managers. The foundation stepped in during this organization of science and played a critical role in shaping it. They were into agriculture, a whole bunch of biological studies and so on. Food. How do you manipulate people, folks? It's all in here. It's in here too. And it also mentions the founding fathers of molecular biology. These include Thomas Hunt Morgan, Max Delbruck, George Beadle, and Linus Pauling. James D. Watson, who with Francis Crick discovered the structure of DNA at Oxford, and they were a disciple of Delbruck. His investigations with Crick were largely based on Pauling's paradigm of molecular structures, and he later joined Caltech. So they talk about the 17 scientists that out of the 18 that got Nobel Prizes for research into this area, and goes on and on. But it's really fascinating to talk about the whole point was to do with social control. Social control, folks. Most of which would be completely a mystery to those that were being controlled. They'd never figure out their whole reality pretty well was shaped for them. Everything they thought about, even their topics of conversation. They have no idea. To the present day, hasn't changed. It's everything, isn't it? And it said here that they could train the whole world, basically. That was a part of it. It was to train the whole world into this new system. It says John B. Watson wrote his Behaviorist Manifesto in 1913 as well, in which he promoted a new psychology whose inherited goal is the prediction and control of behavior. And this goes on and on and on, and how they could train out and maybe even breed out different traits which are undesirable in human nature, and put other ones that we're really into the fields of genetics. Isn't just purely psychological indoctrination, although it's a big part of it too, but it's everything else as well. How you can create whole fads, and you can get, it's true enough which other members of this organization they knew about, like Bertrand Russell. They knew there's nothing you cannot do if you have total control of what becomes the reality of the general public. The complete reality, you understand? If everything you look at has been designed for you to look at, if every question it's going to lead you to questions, so every question that'll appear in your mind to do with is from what they've given you already, to make you run circles and circles and circles and pre-planned answers and pre-planned questions, and endlessly. You understand what I'm saying here? This is way beyond just the realms of sci-fi. Because to hold on to your sanity, as I mentioned before, is a very difficult thing. And I said that when 9/11 happened, because I knew this whole agenda was going to unravel very quickly and be implemented. And the whole war system and the total observation of every individual on the planet was all part of it too. War was the excuse. The necessity, that word again, necessity. But I'll put this up anyway. It's a good article to read. This is a review of the book. You don't have to read all the stuff yourselves if you don't want to, but you can certainly read the reviews of it, because most of the stuff is real nice to read the condensed versions, because there's so much to read in this day and age. As I say, Circles within circles within circles, and questions within questions within questions, all planned for you to spend your life trying to do. The people involved can't read all this stuff themselves. It's too much. They know this. Also, when they put up Peter Hitchens on ID cards, it says ID cards are great if you want to spit on liberty and be a serf. And he goes into this push in Britain. It was a great test bed for all this stuff is Britain, as they came out again last year and tried to push for the ID cards for everybody under the guise of mass migration coming. There could be all kinds of criminals, blah, blah, blah. So let's get everybody ID'd with cards and so on and so on. But you can't, as he knows, because he knows history and he knows you can't go this route. And he also knows that there's other reasons for governments wanting to do it on everybody. Come on, folks. You know all. The same governments that wanted the wars, the same governments that knew mass migration would follow from the countries because it was planned that way. It all comes together on national borders at the same time. You can't get a world system of a new world culture created unless you eliminate nations. Simple. Oh, they're doing it. What do you mean they never do it? Of course they're doing it. William Pitt the Younger, and he also mentioned, he's a British politician in the late 18th century, early 19th centuries too. So he was Prime Minister for a while too. And he talked about it as well, about basically safety for security and all that kind of stuff too. And necessity. He mentions how necessity, like Peter Hitchens and others too, and I've said it too, they always use the term necessity for taking your rights away. He said, well, we'll have to do it to keep you safe. Or we'll have to ID you to keep you safe. Or we'll have to have cameras everywhere to keep you safe. Well, how come worse and worse things happen all the time? And it's getting worse, not better, when it comes to safety. Because safety has got nothing to do with it, is it? Whereas Pitt too talks about it too. He says it's the cry of every tyrant. Every tyrant is safety. Plato said it. Everybody said it. I think Milton even said it too. But no, you can't have any safety. He said too, and with necessity the tyrant's plea. Excuse his devilish deeds. That was Milton, of course, Paradise Lost. But that was pretty well said by the same thing and by Pitt himself. He said it's the argument of tyrants and the creed of slaves. Same thing too. Well, you can't go on like this, folks. Give up all your rights. You can't burn fuel and fossil fuel and stuff. Oh, you can't drive car. Oh no, Agenda 21 for 21st century. But God has saved the world. It's necessity. Total control, remember. Total control of every individual has always been the agenda of this secretive but very huge society in the world. And their part of it too is bring down the populations. Sterilization. We've had all the talks out by different professors in different parts of the world say, oh yeah, older folks should just take the pill and kill themselves, and let younger folk have jobs. By these cushy nothings that have never worked a day in their lives telling us this. You think they're all just spontaneous, coming out by themselves? Of course they're not. Getting paid to do it. And also too, war on superbugs. I've read this article. This is I repeat the same things because there's more to it than meets the eye. There's a good reason and there's a real reasoning. War on superbugs is putting elderly people at risk of dying with sepsis because general practitioners are under too much pressure to stop doling out antibiotics. Now, what they don't mention in this article is the nudge units, the behavioral insights teams that every country employs now to brainwash us all. It's all through the internet. They're rushed into using every country. I read articles months ago where Britain, the British government, pays them to try to convince doctors and prompts them not to give out antibiotics to the elderly now, or even children. Elderly and children, reduced population, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, here's the thing too. It says here that revealed elderly people are regularly being denied antibiotics for infections. This is Britain. This is the agenda, folks. I hope you wake up to this and demand you get what you need. You'd better, or you're dead. This is deliberate. It's not a mistake. It's not some vague opinion that they're trying to push a point. No, this is their agenda. So it says, National Health Service offers health boards payments if they slash their prescription rates. You know, if they stop prescribing so much, they get them bonuses. A study suggests that this pressure may be putting vulnerable people at risk. Of course it is. That's the agenda, isn't it? So it says the National Health Service offers local health boards additional payments if they bring down their prescription rates and antibiotics, and doctors are in turn pressured to give drugs to fewer patients. Well, you better demand your rights, folks, because you're getting killed off here. I hope you understand. This is not just in Britain. I've seen articles in Canada too, and they'll be pushing it on the same people. So when you see your smiling doctor, folks, who you're trained to worship, unfortunately, you better maybe start to put on a grim face and a grimace and maybe a bit of anger and say, hey, I really demand my rights here. And demand that you get your proper antibiotics and the proper length of time. Another con of it is everybody in the medical profession knows this. Everybody knows it. And they used to tell every patient too when they prescribed it. They would give you about 7 days, sometimes to 10 days antibiotics. And they would tell me, you finish that whole course. Don't ever, even if you feel better, keep it to the very end to make sure that particular bacterium that's destroying you is killed off. That was the purpose of it. If you had a few and you felt better halfway through the course, you see, you'll find that bacterium is not quite, there's a few left there and they'll rebound. And now they might be resistant by the time it hits you again and you notice it. And if it's resistant again to the antibiotic, then you need a different antibiotic to kill it off. They know all this. This is standard, old stuff. So if they're giving you a fewer days course by prescription, it's the same thing as you not taking a whole course. You understand what I'm saying? Legally, it might cover their asses, and they know this. They know this, folks. That's the reason for it. But it's not going to kill off the infection. So they're saying in Britain here, in this article, patients sometimes have to go back to try to get more pills because it isn't killed off yet. Well, by that time it'd be too late. It says it here in the article. It says general practitioners have been repeatedly told they run the risk of creating a public health catastrophe by doling out too many drugs. And at one point in 2015, they were even warned they could be struck off for over-prescribing. I guess they can prescribe you marijuana now, though, eh? At least you can die, I guess, in some happy haze. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying here. I really do. It's not my opinion, folks. This is just fact. It says the findings suggest that older adults, especially men aged over 85, should start taking antibiotics as soon as possible after diagnosis to prevent serious complications. It reveals elderly people are regularly being denied antibiotics for infections, raising their chance of sepsis, meaning eightfold, and doubling the risk of death. Well, start the lawsuits, folks. You better start lawsuits, because if you don't, they go through the motions of giving you too few pills to do any good to you. That's the purpose of it. It'll depend who you are, of course, in this so-called classless society. Believe you me, those who are important won't go through any arguing to get what they need. And also part of it too, again, the war, it's all to do with necessity. If they can't get a war on this and a war on that, well, it's a war on humanity. Man's causing death to the planet. Oh my goodness, eh? The climate change. Paris Climate Change Agreement, everything you need to know. Put that back up again for those who don't quite get it yet, what it's about. And those who've been trained for the positions and promoted to the top, who, as you know too, they don't have to be a genius, they're far, far from that, in fact. I'm surprised they scraped through some of them, but it says Ocasio-Cortez poses legitimate question, is it okay to still have children? Do you think this is all out of her own mind, folks, or what I've been talking about here? They train them for years and present them to these characters. They get well paid for it all too, well paid. Doors just open. There's lots of them out there in every country. As I've said before, this is not conspiracy theory, it's fact, folks. Liberal Party study claims household energy bills could soar by hundreds of dollars Again, energy bills, energy. Under Labour's plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is Australia. Same as every other country though. Because isn't it strange that all pass the same rules at the same time? And you got less money to buy necessities like food, or good food, which is important food. The really important stuff, like protein. And again, eugenics. Chinese government may have funded disgraced scientist He Jiankui to create the world's first gene-edited babies, report claims. Old stuff. It's, but this is how it is. And this is from the Mail Online, Daily Mail. And it says documents show grants were issued by 3 government institutions in China. Same as every other country, of course. It's not clear whether institutions knew how their grants would be used. Ha, ha, ha. That's the same as saying that the doctors didn't know if half the prescribed dose of antibiotics would do any good. Ha, ha, ha. Scientists modified the DNA of twins to make them resistant to infections with HIV. That's the excuse that they gave for it. I'm sure every country's done the same experimentation, or experiments elsewhere in laboratories you don't even know exist. But of course, they've had lots of articles over many years about gene editing and the creation of new human beings. Of course they have. You know, in the 70s, they actually put human genes into pigs, and the American Department of Agriculture and Livestock, or whatever they call it, was involved in it too, by the way. And after the experiment, where they put them into these particular pigs that they bred, they released the pigs into and the rest of the pigs. So human genes were, after the experiment was over, they put it in, and they ended up going through the population of pigs in America. Human genes. It's like turning us on into cannibals. The things we don't know would terrify us. It's bad enough. We get terrified by the few things we are. And there's hundreds of things we know that terrify us, really. That's why most folk don't want to hear about them. Really, that's the reason. You would collapse if you looked at all. You would. Yeah, that's quite amazing. And Facebook actively suppressing posts from conservative media sources, whistleblower claims. And then you have... Maybe I'll do another part next week on this, because really, there's too much to put out there. Most folk don't want to hear it. Most folk think I don't sound distressed enough when I mention these things. But if you get distressed, you're either faking it for a different reason, or you're not fit for it, because you have to be fit enough to understand the truth. You have to fortify yourself to understand it. And when you've known it pretty well most of your life, what's going on, because you only from the books that you read, not the ultra secret stuff that's not published, obviously, but what is published is phenomenally copious, as I say, and that's bad enough. But I've always found that whatever they publish about what they're going to do, it's called different names, like the socialist policy or the futurist societies programs, or the staggering amount of articles put out by universities and socialism and socialist policies and etc. etc. Well, you'll find that they will always, no matter how long it takes, achieve their goals. You find that all the top capitalists are on board with this, without exception as far as I can see. Which leads you to a different whole thing to get, are the top capitalists all part of the same club? And is that how they became the top capitalists? Because they promote their own into being that? Well, actually that is true. I really don't believe that the big figures they put forward to you, like child geniuses that end up owning big parts of the internet, are what they say. I don't think it's that at all. I think they're all fronts. Well-paid fronts. Incredibly well-paid fronts. But fronts not. You know, the CIA has stacks and stacks of legitimate big corporations that produce real things. So does Britain, and MI6 and so on. And various crown corporations, as they call them. But don't believe... Because, see, now's the time, these people who turn to be philanthropists from being geniuses, supposedly, it's strange how they're all on board with the same agendas as philanthropists, depopulation, and a whole bunch of other things. It's always the same things, isn't it? Isn't that rather odd? Why would you get the same darn thing from all these supposedly different individual people? There's only one system here, folks, and it doesn't stand any competition. It really doesn't. Won't tolerate it. Never did. And that's why I can do what I'm doing without breaking up apart, because you've seen the cons that are out there. You've seen the fakes that come out that just grab information and destroy credibility for other people by acting farcically, or even getting laws changed to stop people even putting out good information. I've said before, they give you your leaders. They do. And how come you've been trained into believing you can't think and speak for yourselves? I wish everybody could get that and they'd start to work on it. Why do you need people to say, I feel your pain and speak for you? Why? Who trained you into this behavior of conformity? Conformity, standardization, the trained society. You better start thinking about it. But we really have reached a crucial time. You have seen that since 2001, you've seen this massive rampage of the unfolding of the whole agenda at breakneck speed, where everything is to be made anew, all society, all definitions, all realities, in fact, and you're living through it, even with the force of law, where you're being told what to say, what to call things that you see, and how evil you are if you won't follow and go along with it. And you can't see how many fingers that O'Brien is holding up. Think about it. For myself, Alan Watt, from a very cold, still very cold, Northern Ontario, Canada, is good night. May your God or your gods go with you. Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 10th of March 2019. Because we live in such nonsense today, don't we? That's how bad it is, because there's a big, big agenda, and the folk literally, the people have no idea at all. I mean, really at all. Even the ones who think that they've looked into it in any kind of detail, they have no idea how old and how all-encompassing this agenda is. It's everything for the ones who control the world. It's going for broke, basically. We'll be broke, they'll win, but that's how it all works out, you see. Very ancient agenda. And they couch it in all different kinds of terms, and world orders, and globalism, and global governance, and global government even. There's even articles in different papers talking about, is it time for global government? They keep floating the trial balloon, getting you used to the idea. It's quite something to see, actually, and to live through it. But folk have no idea, because we were taught just to accept things as they are. And anyone who knows what's going on, who doesn't belong to the elite, are obviously conspiracy nuts. That's what they'll call you, you see. That term itself was put out by intelligence agencies after the death of Kennedy back in the 60s, to ridicule anybody who just point out so many inconsistencies in the Warren Commission's report. And it works awfully well. The public, it's so sad, isn't it, how things work out so uniformly, repetitively well for the elites. It's like the mob in ancient times, or the Middle Ages, say, when someone was going to get their head cut off by royalty for some reason or another, like Henry VIII's period, for instance, and people would go to it, and it was like a kind of fair thing for them, because that was the most entertainment they generally got in their lives. And there would be jesters going around the crowds, like jokers. They would sell things at these fairs, basically. And they'd all see their blood and guts and go back going, ooh, just like a horror movie. And it was just too easy for the proclamation read by whoever was speaking on behalf of the Crown, reading out the sentence as to what they did, even though even the public in their subconscious knew these people didn't do that, anything like this, whatever it happened to be. But that was good enough for them. And nothing's changed. Today it's just a conspiracy theorist. Who says so? Someone in authority of the government says it's a conspiracy theory. But that's what you get, isn't it? Because you counterintelligence, which is counter to intelligence. That's what counterintelligence means. And all the spy agencies have them. Your government has internal and external agencies dealing with that. And internal ones deal with the people inside the country. It's astonishing, but just like the crowds and ooh, ah, ooh, as the axe comes down after the reading of the verdict and the reason for it, they're just the same today as they were then, really. Well, yeah, conspiracy, not yeah. And that's what they'll label anybody who comes out with, even if you're reading official articles from the government. Isn't that astonishing? Isn't that amazingly astonishing? You can read them from the government's own websites and departments and agencies. And people will still class you as a conspiracy nut because you had some strange inquiry, or you've made a strange inquiry into finding out in the first place. That means you're nuts, you see. Because they would never think about looking in the first place. They'd rather not know. That's the difference. So anyway, this is part 3. It really wasn't going to be a 3-part thing on eugenics and the plan, the big agenda. It's a big agenda. You heard Bush Sr. at the time, when he was the president, talking about a new world coming into view, a new world order. His son said the same thing about 10 years later exactly. It's quite fascinating to live through this and watch it and hear it all happening in coding that the public don't understand. What do they mean, a new world order coming into view? You know, coming into view. Whose view? Whose world order? Who planned it? And even with terms like it's ancient and things like that. Ancient plan. What ancient plan? Did you know you're part of some ancient plan? Did you know that? It's really something, isn't it? So this is going to be part 3, as I say. Because last week I covered a lot of stuff from eugenics 2 into touch on geoengineering and so on, and the different humanistic so-called sciences that are part of this agenda to train the public into behaving in certain different ways and believing certain things too, which perhaps they shouldn't. So this is part 3 of Witness Signs of Huxley Blair's Ultimate Revolution, using geneticists, biochemists and scientific collusion. And that we've got to give up all our rights and freedoms to save the world from global warming. So that's what we're living through, farcical systems of control. But as I say, the big boys planned this a long time ago. As I say, this is like months and months now. I haven't had time to even work on much at all. In the intellectual sphere, it's mainly on the physical sphere of clearing the snow. You've got to understand what we're living through, a big agenda. It's all around you. It's in all the symbols. It's always written in symbols. Because at one time, when religion ruled in, say, the Western world, and people were religious, which gave them their culture and a way of life so that they could at least help each other out. And when you didn't have welfare systems and welfare states, and you had famines and things like that and bad crops, people helped each other out. It was utterly necessary to have a cohesive religion with its commandments of helping each other out, basically, and looking after people as you would look after yourself, basically. And of course, the enemies of all of this that use different terms, including reason, of course, cloak themselves in societies, behind societies, that would use terminology that would sound vaguely religious. Sometimes they would sound as though they'd taken things from, say, the holy books and so on. But in reality, they've got their own version of what it all means. And you'll find down through the ages that Lucifer is the hero, of course, of the particular groups that all flourished from the same one group long ago. Lucifer really stands for intellect, intelligence, reason. Today's secular humanism too, of course, they have, it's the same kind of thing. But it is a religion, a belief system that man's ability, through his brain power, his intellect, and so on, he can make a utopia on the world and run things the way that it should be run, according to those who want to rule it all, and who probably all do today, in fact. Under the guise of science, they try to validate all the different things that they have to rule over you with by using all these different sciences and using academia that you don't vote into any office, of course. And we're living in an age where everything's appointed over you. It's appointed by governments to pretend that they're yours, but they've got nothing to do with you, in fact, except you pay them too much, in fact. But that's the way it is. But in the Middle Ages, and even beyond, right up to not too long ago, they had to couch their terminology so that they didn't get found out as subversive of a system. And don't forget, up into the 1800s, especially in America, people would turn on anybody who It wasn't blasphemed, the religion. Blaspheming had a bigger attack, basically, focus on your whole culture, everything that kept you all working together and surviving together. That's really what it was. Bit by bit, it's been chipped away and chipped away, especially through the 20th century. And with massive wars and causing massive slaughter, that achieved many goals for those who were taking the world over, because they had to put you into shock. They had to make you ask silly questions like, why does God allow the wars to happen? Well, if you've got free will, man can be guided into wars quite easily by those who are rather evil. But the free will is free will. If you didn't have free will, you'd be a robot, which is what the other group want you to be, actually. A completely brainwashed robots, like Bertrand Russell wanted. Someone who you could train as a child and indoctrinate. Every belief, every thought that they had would be indoctrinated into them perfectly with scientific technique. And well documented. All my old talks have got this stuff in it. And remember, you can go into my archive section, cuttingthroughthematrix.com, because it goes way back. And every other talk show host out there who covers any of this goes into my stuff all the time, including all the big shows, because why do the work when I've done it already? And they just reel it all off. And even the recent stuff annoys me too, because within the next few days you'll hear the top ones parrot off the stuff I've just put out a few days before. In the archive section, I gave lots of talks on what was called the occult, which is just hidden, of course. And even in ancient times, they had on say Hebrew accompanying literature. They didn't just have it in their writings. They had many other writings too that accompanied the ancient traditions and ancient happenings. Myth, partial myth. What is myth? Myth is generally something you can't validate anymore, but so is most of history, isn't it? You'll find, I think it was Oxford University Press put out a good book on Jewish myths and legends. It was called, I believe, if I remember right. And they had awfully good stories in it if you really waded through it. And some of them were humorous, of course, and other ones touched on strange rituals that happened with certain sects that developed in the old Judea area, where one of the sects was pretty well exactly the same as the sects which developed in the Middle Ages in parts of, well, especially in France, parts of France, to do with the old Knights Templar stuff and all the rest of it that's been lumped into it. But they did have the same accusations that families and members of these groups would all go into these caverns or caves or underground passages, like a labyrinth thing, and they'd go through a ceremony, and lights would go off, get blown off, and they'd literally have sex with whoever was next to them. It didn't matter what gender it was either, supposedly, or even if it was their own kin. That was the same accusations that you find were given to not only Knights Templar groups that eventually moved into parts of France. Almost exactly the same, in fact. You find the rituals are so similar, very similar, to the Albigensians that lived in the southern France at one point too. And various Gnostic groups had very similar creeds of belief and behavior and culture in their systems, where the world was pretty well evil, which, you know, a lot of folk can't doubt that. But they actually said in Albigensians that they should attempt to dissuade children from growing up to have infants, and that can lead from one thing to the next until you have the ancient Greece philosophy. Basically, the Greek philosophy had infanticide. So there's a lot more to it, naturally, than meets the eye, even though different groups are always stigmatized by powerful groups who win eventually over them down through time, and that's the same right up to the present day. But it doesn't go into who started it in ancient times or whatever, but it was fairly widespread in different across that area long, long ago. You also find old passages that were taken, they might be not taken out of the Bible, in some versions they might still be in them, but where those that take oaths and wink, you'll find it in actually the Old Testament. and shift their feet, because it's a symbol of the right angle. When you move your feet, you put them together in the right angle. Things like that, ancient, still used today, of course, in Masonic rituals. There's actually a warning about them, those who wink and shift their feet in certain angles and so on. And then they talk about the ephod. The ephod, it can mean a basket, but it can also mean an eye, a symbol of an eye. All old stuff. Anyway, I did that years and years and years ago, more than 20 years ago. To show you that there's definitely organizations that come down through time that hide what they're up to from the general public every time, every stage in their evolution, you might say, or existence. Because it's heretical in all ages and all types of cultures as to what they're up to, which is the overthrow of the current systems, especially the established religious orders, and all cultures, by the way, in order to destroy it all and bring in their secular humanism with themselves, and selected people who are tested on the IQ levels, no kidding you, and those in academia and specialists and so on, who would rule over you. And that's the perfect world that you find even in Things to Come, the story of it, from H.G. Wells, who was into all this stuff, eugenics and population control, and he hated the rabble, the working class rabble, etc. And all his kin did too, all his friends, and the agencies that he belonged to, associations. So it's never changed, and they have to get their goal through. Now, the organization at the top already owns the financial systems of the world. That was one thing they had to do, was create a universal financial system. And it's central banks, of course. And all the central banks now are connected to the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund and the Bank for International Settlements. These were all set up from the one organization. They did set them all up across the planet, same thing. Any country that wouldn't go along with it has recently been bombed out of existence, because you must borrow. You must borrow to be a part of the organization. And through the borrowing comes the demands on payment, and to get the money that you're trying to borrow for your nation, all the demands that you must implement social policies, which have caused even a bit of chaos in Africa over the years, when they start telling them what they have to decriminalize, you might say, in their society and on sexual areas, all that kind of stuff. So it's no longer it never really was the idea of let's lend people to different countries that don't have much money. No, it's a social change policy for those who don't quite get it. And it's directed from the West. And the World Bank, of course, even has ex-prime ministers from Britain working in it now. So this is their system of control. Ireland too is in the same boat, Southern Ireland, because they were encouraged to borrow like crazy from the EU bank, the central bank there, you see, knowing it was all going to collapse on them. The guys knew years ago it was going to collapse, because that was the plan. And then they come in with the IMF branch to demand the payment, and they take over your system, and they tell you how much you can spend on healthcare and all that kind of stuff, and all the cutbacks you've got to go have austerity, in other words, at home. That's what it's going to be. And they dictate your social policies, you see. Maggie Thatcher had them in IMF and helped run the country when she was in office, because of the massive debt that had been accumulated by different governments before her too. So this is a system. Now, it is a secretive society naturally at the top, because you'll find out that none of the public voted for any of it, ever. You never got a chance to vote for any of it. The League of Nations was set up as a form of world government. That was the agenda. What H.G. Wells wrote about it, praising it, saying that the nation state is dead, and now we can have bureaucrats from the nation state directly working with departments in the League of Nations, because you'd have the equivalent departments in the League of Nations for everything. But it didn't quite pan out. People weren't ready to give up their sovereignty, so they had another world war. And he said that. He says, we need another war, because they haven't given up their sovereignty. So they use wars and everything to achieve many goals. And to take over much resources, because the guys at the top of this organization do believe they've got the right to manage all the resources and even own the resources of the planet. And they do pretty well through wars and conquest. Nothing's changed there. But anyway, they use this terminology of their goals. The new secular world order and expert-run world order. You'll find all the same terminology in all their writings from the Fabian Society group, which is just a branch of the Royal Institute for International Affairs. Whatever you're following out there, they run it. It doesn't matter what side you think you're on. I've gone through in the last couple of weeks some of the Huxleys, Orwell, George Orwell and Huxley, through the letters that they corresponded with between each other, because George Orwell was living through an amazing time, 1930s, where literally everybody was so sick of this farce of either a kind of monarchical democracy, which is a farce in itself. They're completely opposing systems. You can't have both together, which tells you that one rules and the other one doesn't. You know? They were so sick of it, and the massive debts from World War I, and the debts imposed on certain countries because of World War I, that everything was falling apart. And it's true at the Paris Treaty, where and the Treaty of Versailles, basically the Warburgs drafted up that Germany would have to continue to pay reparations to every nation, in other words, pay off all their debts for the war, to the year, I think it was 1979 or 1989. That was what they originally had on the particular agreement. Well, it wasn't an agreement because the Germans weren't asked to agree to it. I mean, they were just told. It was a complete farce, and the top reporters at the time for world newspapers said that this will lead to another war, because obviously Germany can't afford to pay off everybody's debts. Never mind the fact that, believe you me, all the debt wasn't incurred by the countries just for the war either. A lot went into big pockets at the top, because we live in a crooked system. But anyway, they'd have to fight their way out of it, they said. Fight their way out, or just get starved to death and die. That's exactly what they said. I was reading a diplomat's, a strange guy, about his biography. He was a Scots guy, but he became really the top negotiator in the 1930s and 40s and onwards, even up to the integration of the EU, part of that. But he was picked because of his fluency in languages. They got him into the right societies and, of course, the right oaths, etc. And so he knew the agenda. But it was fascinating to read bits of his life, because any big meeting at an international level for foreign affairs, he was there in charge of it, generally, for most of his life. And it was astonishing to see how they work feverishly, never stopping, all the different organizations that you never vote for, to push their own agenda through for a world government. The same world government that Karl Marx talked about. A unified Europe as a trading bloc under a single parliament, and a unified Americas under a single parliament. And that was discussed during the NAFTA meetings, by the way, the last NAFTA meeting, not the last ones, but the ones in quite a few years back. I kept the articles and I read it on the air when I was on a radio show. Anyway, Orwell's idea was that this incredible militarization during the 20s and 30s, because the governments were all falling apart, and nations were falling apart through poverty and reparations, and not just Germany, every country was. Britain had massive taxation on the public because of the war debts. Because you always pay for everything for the elites, you know, you pay for their costs, you put railroads in across the world as an empire. The public pay for all that, they staff it all, they pay for the armies and so on. They get the bills for everything, but they get nothing back to actually, say, profit-wise for themselves. But the ones at the top certainly do. This oligarchy, they call it, whatever it is that runs your government, above the government, of course, naturally. And that's how it is. So Orwell brought 1984 out, published, I think, in 1947-48. In it, it was mainly because at that time the Soviet system really was a test. It was a second experiment. They called it the Great Experiment. The first one was an American experiment to see if they could govern themselves. The general people, that is, the public. That was the idea behind it. And if they couldn't, then the society that formed it would rule them secretly from behind, you might say, you know, or above them. They wouldn't know it. They still think it was the same kind of government as if they failed to manage to look after themselves. Well, it's easy to destroy a culture so they can't look after themselves and point to all the problems they've got and say, law CCC. And then they start appointing agencies to manage you. And so they end up in the same, eventually they end up the same way as the Soviet Union. What we're living through today is actually the proper Soviet, you might call it. because they ironed out all the problems by observing all the things that went wrong the first time with the Russian one, the Soviet Union. Remember, Soviet means ruled by councils. So there's, under theory, which never worked out, but their theory was that you could bring in a system where all departments for labor would have their own council, their own panel to run it, you see. And all kind of unions would have their own governments as well. So a Soviet means ruled by councils. But in reality, in the Soviet system, naturally the heads couldn't have any competition, so would appoint the heads of the councils that were all party members and were bought and paid for very, very well. That's human nature, unfortunately, anywhere. It's too easy to bribe folk off. I've seen it happen in all countries, actually, bribes getting put across. So there's no shortage of folk who'll take the money and the bribes and really do the dirty on their fellows. No one's exempt from it. You'll find too that you see the Soviet system was to use science. They couldn't ever get to that stage, but to use science and proper scientific indoctrination in a Pavlovian style, conditioned responses and all the rest of it, where they'd all feel guilty when they were told to feel guilty, even if they'd done nothing wrong. And if you were to say counter-revolutionary to anybody, they'd immediately go into almost a paroxysm in a fit and turn all kind of colours instilled in them. They're terrified of it. So language is very important. That's why they use language now. We're going language police in North America and across Europe, where now you're getting forbidden to say certain things. Same thing. It's all Orwellian. Well, Orwell saw this happening in his day, and so he saw a stage, at least for 1984, a stage where you would have the spy system, or everyone would get monitored, spied upon constantly, and as they got more and more authoritarian, they would demand that you turn up for, and I've mentioned this before, you will eventually have to turn up for your community meetings and community parades and community this and community that you will eventually, and if you're not there, you'll get a knock on the door and you'll get dragged out or fined or something. That will come in this system, this part of the system that we're going through right now. There's no doubt about it. In Britain, the police are contacting people who've used words they're not supposed to use anymore, and they're getting warned about it. So they're giving you a warning now. Well, that's a threat, you see. Your government agencies are threatening people. So you're already under tyranny, obviously, and it's not going to stop there. Not going to stop there. Because you see, your idea of freedoms are all delusions. Complete delusions. You really haven't had them. You really haven't. Because most of the things you do and say already, they were given to you to say and do. There's nothing out there. There's not a movement out there that doesn't have leaders supplied to you. Believe you me, that's why the system has never failed. It's never fallen apart. But if you go into this, for instance, here's an example. World government, There's so many articles, even from governments' websites themselves, about world order, like a world order, a new world order, all that stuff. The stuff the general public will laugh at because you say it. You get from the government websites themselves and articles. But also world government. Ha ha ha, oh, you're probably talking about world government. Well, the Carnegie Council, these big foundations that run the thousands of non-governmental organizations that manage you all, that's the Soviet system. That's the new Soviet, you see, the perfected Soviet. You don't elect them. They all have the same goals in mind, but they have specialized parts of their agenda for themselves. And they're all funded by and paid for, and even have pension plans by the big foundations, tax-free foundations, the Ford, the Carnegie, and Rockefeller, and many others. There's stacks of them out there, because it's one big club across the planet. And they have resurgent idea of world government. Oh, conspiracy. Where's that? Is that from the Carnegie Council publication on the journal? I think it was 22 SC001. It's all there, you see. So they have such an idea of world government. You see, it's maybe time for it. You find the Financial Times had it in it too. Is it time for world government? You've got Foreign Affairs world government, and an illusion of world government, talking about they've not achieved the goal yet. There's just too many little arguments they're having to have the world government. So, but here it all is, from their own websites, world government, world government. You've been used to for quite a few years here about governance, world governance, meaning, oh, that's not the same thing. Well, of course it's the same thing. You don't even need a building for world government. You just need to have organizations all working together, especially now with the internet, and ruling your life quite easily. Quite simple, isn't it? It's well in the way of what they want at the top. And it's always been this agenda, always the goal of taking over the resources of the whole planet, running it properly. What they actually say is finishing the creation. The builders, so they're the builders, they say. They take the material that was left unfinished, and it's their job to complete it and perfect it all. And so the symbology of the Tower of Babel, of course. So of course, we also know that's one of the main buildings they rebuilt, the ruined tower, for their annual EU meetings, of course. Or actually, they have it 3 or 4 times a year. That particular building, it's very symbolic. I mean, you couldn't get more symbolic than that, could you? But it's also the world itself, that this deity left the world unfinished, didn't perfect man, or maybe he made him immortal, but he changed his mind with the curse, basically, you see. But anyway, they claim the world's left imperfect, and so they want control of the weather, control of everything, control of the general population, control of the numbers of the populace, control of what they'll need, and what they want, and elimination of that which they don't need. That's basically eugenics, right? Straight there, you see. It's all right there. There's nothing to guess at all. And the same organization that runs every other major organization, that created this one organization, did create the United Nations out of the League of Nations. They still want that to be a world government. They created the World Bank, they created the IMF, the Bank for International Settlements across for the whole planet. And basically, they're privately owned banks, but funded by us. How is that again? We pay for everything, this public-private idea. They take all the profits from everything, because it's their right to do so, because they rule the world, you see. And you don't vote for them, and we've got no votes to create the United Nations. We've got no votes from the public. Never mind their wars they give you. You ever get a vote for a war? Do you want to go to a... No, of course you don't get that. Never will either. Because the wars have different functions than the ones you're trained to think that they have. And as I say, H.G. Wells mentioned one of them, and that was to bring every country to its knees through mass slaughter, so they're so fatigued and terrified and horrified at the mass slaughter, and fatigued at the rationing that would come out of it, and half-starved, and which happened, by the way. Then in came the United Nations at the end of World War II, and they had all these articles. You see the old articles, old newspapers and so on, where they were planning to just establish themselves as a world government, but they still didn't get it. There was too much opposition from the general populace. And Wells said again they need another war to bring them to their knees, on behalf of the Fabian Society and the elitists that he worked with. But Barry Goldwater also talked about it, and he himself was a senator for most of his life, I think. And like all politicians, there's corruption. You can't touch politics without corruption. So I don't trust any of them. At the end of his time, once he retired from it, he became left-wing and went along with all the left-wing agenda, all of it. You know, all the taboo things at one time, but he went along with them eventually. Rather strange if you really have any principles. But he did say, he talked about the Trilateral Commission, which is a specialized branch that came out of the Council on Foreign Relations, this big branch that runs most of the world now. And its parent company in Britain, which is the Royal Institute for International Affairs, that used to be called the Lord Alfred Milner Group, because they ran the empire, this group, the secretive group, when there was an empire there. And then they passed the torch to America with a bigger tax base. They'd already plundered Britain until they were impoverished, malnourished with wars and rationing up into the 1950s, until most of the population, the working class, had rickets and goodness knows what else, you know. I'm not kidding you. But they passed the torch to America with a bigger tax base. Now, they had created a tax base in America, And that was all done with the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913, all getting set up for World War I coming along. And along with it came the right to tax the public, you see. And so they could borrow as what they wanted from their these private bankers and private banks, and then the taxpayer would have to pay it all off, all the debt. That's the example of taking across the whole planet, starting in London to America and across the whole planet. Same organization. Goldwater did say in his book With No Apologies, he said the Trilateral Commission that really broke out into existence to the general public when Jimmy Carter came in. He was surrounded by them for the first time, and people said, what are these trilateral groups? What is this commission? This private group, again, is a private, they're all private clubs. The CFR, you don't vote them in for anything, but they're running everything. And the Trilateral Commission really is the technocrats that are displaced everywhere to actually get jobs done, whether they're elected or not. They're just appointed everywhere across the world, and including the central banks. And two of them were appointed to look after Italy when they bankrupted Italy, and another one for Greece. Amazing, eh? So they can override every country's, or at least what they're not supposed to, but they simply do. I mean, who's going to stop them? They're appointed to take over your country when you're bankrupt again, by the same banks that they work for. They're the movers and shakers, and their ex-prime ministers, ex-presidents belong to it. Bush Senior was one, and they're not beholden to the public for anything. Anyway, see, here's what Goldwater said in the book. He says the Trilateral Commission is intended to be the vehicle for multinational consolidation of the commercial and banking interests by seizing control of political government of the United States. Seizing control of political government of the United States. There's some part of that you don't understand there. You don't elect these people, they're appointed everywhere until they are running your governments. And they're in all parties, because the parties are all a joke. Anyway, he says, in my view, the Trilateral Commission represents a skillful and concerted effort to seize control and consolidate the four centers of power: political, monetary, intellectual, and ecclesiastical. The Commission emphasizes the necessity of eliminating artificial barriers to world commerce, that's taxes and trade and all the rest of it, and import duties. It says what it proposes to substitute is an international economy managed and controlled by international monetary groups through the mechanism of international conglomerate manufacturing and business enterprises. What he's talking about here is what Quigley talked about, a new feudal system basically run by corporate CEOs, etc. This was in 1979 that Goldwater wrote that. And it says, freedom, spiritual, political, economic, is denied any importance in the trilateral construction of the next century. This is the one we're living in now. So remember, this was written about 1979. So freedom, spiritual, political, economic, is denied any importance in the trilateral construction of the next century. What the trilaterals truly intend is the creation of a worldwide economic power superior to the political power of the nation states involved. They believe the abundant materialism they propose to create will overwhelm existing differences. As managers and creators of this system, they will rule the future, rule the world, basically. Always the old agenda. Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 10th of March 2019. So freedom, spiritual, political, economic is denied any importance in the trilateral construction of the next century. What the trilaterals truly intend is the creation of a worldwide economic power superior to the political power of the nation states involved. They believe the abundant materialism they propose to create will overwhelm existing differences. As managers and creators of this system, they will rule the future, rule the world, basically. Always the old agenda. But of course, once, this is my own words, but once they've done all that, of course, which they're pretty well done, that's what the whole free trade system's about. That's why they get the GATT treaty on steroids and brought China up and made them the manufacturers for the planet. China didn't do it themselves. So there you go. And the overwhelming existing differences with abundant materialism. So materialism would put you all to sleep, basically. If you tie that in with the lectures and the talks that Aldous Huxley gave, where he said that, the people would be willing slaves, basically, kind of happy slaves, contented slaves. And it's through materialism, you see. Shop till you drop, etc. Credit cards, blah, 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 blah. And once they change and start withdrawing the surplus from the materialistic system and bring into austerity, you'll still go along with their system as long as you get little freebies here and there, little cheap things here and there too. You'll still go along with it. But in the process, initially, there'll be no complaining at all, as they take out all your rights away from you. That's already happening, basically. So the last part again, freedom, spiritual, political, and economic is denied so you have no economic freedom, right, for anybody or any nation eventually, or political system different from the universal one they're bringing in, and the spiritual one, they're going to have no credence to any particular religion eventually. They'll use them. They'll use different ones to be the top ones that will appear to be the top ruling religions for a period, and then destroy them naturally. Because the system has destroyed the religions of the West quite successfully, didn't it? They brought in the sexual revolution, right? 1960s, they brought in abortion for everybody. So don't worry about the fallout from the sex. You see, the state will take care of it. Until marriage, that one of the goals, isn't it strange? You think it's strange, it's not strange at all, that the goal of Marxism was the destruction of the family unit. Huh? And for most people, eventually, the destruction of private property. Read Agenda 21 for private property, folks. Agenda for the whole 21st century. Huh? The 2030 is just parts of it, segments of it as we go through it, that they must achieve. But the thing for the whole 21st century has all of that in it too. It's on track for this new improved system. The same thing will happen even with Islam too down the road. That's what they hope for. Because once a culture that's had so many taboos about certain things to restrain themselves into a workable society, and you bring them into the West, and if they can keep that going, the massive deluge of sexual images you're deluged with from childhood right through on television and movies and everything, that'll work with everybody. Doesn't matter who they are, until they fall apart too. So again, like the old song of the Rolling Stones in tribute to the devil, basically, time is on my side. They don't care if it takes them 20 years or 30 years or 40 to bring a particular people down. And it will be interesting to see if Islam will really push against all that stuff and try to keep their family units intact and their systems intact. Or will they, I think already, a lot of the young guys are already falling to the temptations, and it's been well noticed by those, by their elders. But we're living through this massive system of incredible control. We really are. And the West has been through all the different revolutions, thinking it was all fun. Isn't it amazing how it's all fun, in the 60s. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, take drugs, do it, and have fun. Yeah? As they destroyed it all. And here you are. And folk can't even get a friend for more than a month or two. The genders are all screwed up with relationships because they can't get anybody to stay with them pretty well. Or if they initially do, they'll get bored with them if they keep watching television and movies. The whole job is to make you unhappy with what you have. It's a war strategy, you see. Most war strategies and revolutions are bloodless, but incredibly effective. Anyway, that was what Goldwater said in I think 79. So the Trilateral Commission placed all these technocrats in all these positions of control, They're not responsible to the general public or to complaints from the general public. They do what they've planned to do, and they get on with it. They're not answerable to the public. Maggie Thatcher said that she was then, when she retired, she said she now belonged to a group. And she's talking about the group, same group actually, in Britain, under the Royal Institute for International Affairs group. And she says, I know all the ex-prime ministers and presidents across the world and the top bureaucrats, basically. And it says, we can get things done without being responsible to the public. There you go. You get all the clues all the time, and folk miss it because you're trained to be a child and to stay a child and to leave your thinking to what you're trained to think as your betters, these special names and special people on television that speak with authority, you know, and they're built up like superstars, and they speak with authority. That's why they kept anchor men and women on television for their entire lives as they were falling off the chairs as geriatrics, because the people grew up with them. It was so evident in the US, and Britain was the same. There was a particular guy in Britain who spent his life in the BBC, and anything important ever happened in that whole time, he was the one to tell you in a stern way what was happening in the official manner. And that was like his law. You had the same thing in the US too. And of course in the US they were all members of the World Federalist Society, these characters. That's just the way it is, you know. The ones that gave you your news, that's the way it is, yeah. All looking for an agenda that the public were completely ignorant of, but the public would take their opinions that were given to them and just parrot them without thinking. Who would lie to you? I mean, how trusting a child are you? If you looked at the history of the world, and at every nation, the histories, they're all so similar. It's astonishing. Maybe I'm prattling too much because the time just runs out here. And I'll have shoveling my snow to do shortly. And I'll put up the one on world government, some of the links for world government from the official sites, from governments themselves. And we can have all that there too. Also too, they give you your superstars. I remember I was one of the brand guys who was targeted by the Unabomber, and the Unabomber mentioned really why he was targeting this particular group. This is part of the group that was bringing you the new culture. They worked with the CIA. The guy Brandt he said in one of his talks that part of his job was to make scientists, I mean the ones who would lead you into superstars, so you'd follow them and you'd follow their opinions. Can you think of any today? Of course you do. These guys it's the same machinery of making a nobody into a pop star or a rock star or whatever. Same thing. Zuckerberg, another one too. Oh yeah, you just in front man. Anyway, it says outlines privacy-focused vision, and that's to do with all the well, anybody who still uses what they give you, you know what they're doing. You want to be a little child monitored by Big Brother? That is your right to do so. And also last week, I think, or the week before, I mentioned too, this is deep fakes, what they call deep fakes. And it says the scope of high-tech deception keeps growing, and experts say deep fakes could become the biggest threat to truth. It's when an artificial intelligence algorithm, a neural network, generates a video that never happened, by either swapping one face for another or by allowing someone's motions and voice to be mapped onto another person. It's a video that has been created by essentially feeding in a computer algorithm lots of images of a person, said Andy Grotto, national security expert and professor at Stanford University. It could be video, it could even be audio, and you feed it through enough of that content, and over time the algorithm learns how to mimic that content. Technology that powers deepfakes is only growing more sophisticated, and they give examples of where it is now. Since early deepfake videos looked obviously doctored, but BuzzFeed produced a frighteningly realistic example last year by having actor and director Jordan Peele make a PSA about deepfakes as former US President Barack Obama. It goes on and on, not to show. This is how they're going to give you the fake trials. that are going to come down the road when did you say something like Orwell's 1984, where you're pulled into the ministry of truth, you know, and the ministry of love will ask you all the questions before they torture you. And we're here, folks. And then they'll bring out the deep fakes and say, this is a video of you saying that, or being here, or saying that, or whatever. And the public will go along with it, because the authorities said it. The authorities said it. Quite easy, isn't it? To do with eugenics too. Now, don't think that China, as I said before, does things by itself. It's created by the West, same group that runs and owns the West now, the same uniform system. And really, that China is their shining example of the perfectly ordered socialist system run scientifically, and the West helped them and set it all up and give them the expertise and the money. I mean, they even put our factories over there. We paid for our factories to be dismantled and put over there under the free trade agreement. And we lost all the jobs at home. Nobody was given a vote on that. Just these technocrats again, and your governments all signed on to it, and that's it. You're never asked your opinion for anything that matters, folks. Never will be either. So the Chinese government may have funded disgraced scientist He Jiankui to create the world's first gene-edited babies, the report claims. That was the Mail Online. And it said that the documents seen by medical news site STAT, S-T-A-T, suggest that Chinese scientist He Jiankui may have received money from 3 separate government institutions in China. Now, China's not the only country. Every country's been doing this. Gene editing. India's been doing it for quite some time, actually. And they've had documentaries on the TV years ago on that, where they actually talked to some of the people who had their babies designed, basically. Genes removed, another one's replaced, etc., for height, and for looks, etc. It's odd, too, the different cultures of what they go for first, where it's high intellects, or looks, etc., or height, you know. It's quite interesting to see what they go for. But every country's been doing this, and every nation, because they had articles years ago in all the top magazines and newspapers about the British, and then the US military especially making the new robotic type soldiers that would be basically cloned. So don't think that by some silly little bit of paper that they've all signed, they don't do it. Of course they do it. Same with biological warfare. It never stopped with all the trees. Never did. So you can't blame China. And it's interesting, though, that they put it across there, getting used to an idea that this is coming, just like I've said before, like the movie Gattaca, with the expertly run society, of course. You'll find the trained front people, and they really do, they pick them as children and train them for positions of leadership. You'll find the big NGOs have ads about that, and they actually say about, you know, their about thing and what they're up to and so on. They tell you that they'll pick youngsters with the aptitudes and train them for positions of power and leadership. They all do that. So much for spontaneous people appearing who just appear out of nowhere. Now, these people are all trained and selected, and they're devoted, believe you me, to the agenda, because that's all that's been drummed into them their whole lives long, and they're well rewarded for it as they mislead you and lead you up the garden path. All of them do that. So you don't have a free society. You'll never get anybody who's genuine, who's going to talk for you. It ain't going to happen, folks. No way. I mentioned last week too about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the so-called Democrat, who came out as they put her up to be a star, the star machinery again, a little nobody. It's legitimate for young people to ask if it's okay to have children, you see. Because you see, don't forget that they floated that idea too in all their socialistic meetings for well over 150 years about limiting people having children and using the China model, but also before even the China model came along, in fact, when they weren't communist, they were pushing the same idea in the late 1800s in Britain. And into the early 1900s, George Bernard Shaw said the same thing. He was all for it. He says, we'll decide if you can have children or not, according to your IQ level, etc. That's all part of it, folks. They breed out all the bad folk, all the general public, you see, the commoners, because they're awfully snobbish, believe you me. The Democrats, Liberals and Conservatives, they're awfully snobbish at the very, very top. They all are, because they all belong to the same clique. And they don't send their children to ordinary schools either, folks. It doesn't matter if they pretend to speak for the working classes. It's like Britain. None of them do. None of the ones that are pushing for, and telling you that the education system's fantastic in ordinary schools in Britain, none of them send their children to them. All the politicians for Labour, I think, are all going to the best private schools. Because they're going to make sure their children are going to be the winners. Of course they are. Big agendas on the go, but they give you the leaders. They certainly do. When I was going through that eugenics movement about Julian Huxley, for instance, big player, incredible. The man was incredible. I mean, he voiced everything I'm saying here openly in his big speeches. And eventually, he was up there with Planned Parenthood, of course. And he was a member of UNESCO, the head of it for a while, to create a common culture by indoctrination of children across the world. That's how you do it. You give them the topics, you brainwash it into them. Oh, the sky is falling, too many people. Oh, sustainability, yada, yada, yada. Going way back to the early 1900s, folks. There's nothing new. And at the same time, about 1950 and so on, they set up all the ecological organizations as far back at the same time that Julian Huxley, he was involved in them all. That's the one that eventually uses a big stick. Oh, we're destroying the world. The Gaia will kick back at you, and it'll just shake itself, and you'll all die because you've mistreated her. You see, they've tried everything they can. So sustainability and the sky is falling is the one they chose and they've stuck to. And now it's their religious mantra. Basically, they've trained generation of children to quote the man. What was it that Lenin said? We shall win by slogans. Slogans about it all the time. Look at these rallies and their slogans. That's what they know. It's only a three-worded slogan repeated over. Just like Orwell said, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. Mind you, today I guess you can have as many legs as you want. It's your choice to do so. But it says here, the Ecological Society of America. It really started in Britain too, you see. They've got a branch in every country now. It's a professional organization of ecological scientists based in the United States and founded in 1915. ESA, Ecological Society of America, publications include peer-reviewed journals, newsletters, fact sheets, and teaching resources. It holds annual meetings at different locations in the US and Canada. In addition to its publications, that means ESA is engaged in public policy. Do you vote for them? No, you don't. Of course not. Science, education, and diversity issues. Isn't that interesting, eh? Its 10,000 members are researchers, educators, natural resource managers, and students in over 90 countries. Members work on a wide range of topics from agroecology, that's all your food supply, to marine diversity, and explore the relationship between organisms and their past, present, and future environments. You have to understand what you mean by organisms and their past, present, and future environments. It's a topic in itself. They're all brainwashed into, all these organizations are, and eugenics too. Society has over 20 typical sections and 7 regional chapters. That's quite interesting, as I say, the people who are all members of it and at the beginning, etc. You'll find in the branches in Britain for these organizations that did share the same offices in London at one point for most of them. You find that Julian Huxley was up there as members of the boards, actually. It's quite fascinating how sustainability, eugenics, etc. are all tied together in this one organization's mindset that rules the world, and where they're going with it all too. You find the molecular vision of life, getting back to this molecular vision of life, how the aims of eugenics, social control, and human engineering shaped molecular biology and the 20th century science. It's interesting. But you have to understand what they're talking about, the molecular vision of life, and how it all ties in with eugenics. and how the Rockefellers literally funded it all and put it through Caltech. This is the rise of the new biology of how you would now look at humans and everything else in your place in the world is like a species, like any bacterium in a sense, and how you could manipulate it all. Control, that was the function of training, so that people would believe it all, and it would give them social control. And they can go into human engineering by teaching them a kind of slanted version of and a way to look at society and people. It is molecular, it's constructs rather than actual complete human beings. It's quite fascinating to me in a way. It might bore you, but it's fascinating to me. Yeah, Julian Huxley, it's astonishing all the things he's been involved in, absolutely. Julian Huxley and the continuity of eugenics in 20th century Britain, very good article. And this is the life and ideas of Julian Sorrell Huxley, represent not only considerable contributions to evolutionary theory, but also to eugenics, thought and social planning. I haven't mentioned anybody yet who's elected to anything by the public. Huxley's career and history was complex and disjointed, making him an international and very much a public figure. They made a star out of him too. Same thing, star-making machinery. This paper sees Huxley's peripatetic career as linked to ideological agendas, not least of a New World Order, it says here. And it goes on and on and on. The problems addressed here are first, the extent of continuities in eugenics, commitments from his interwar views, and second, to determine the contours of Huxley's post-Second World War eugenical thinking. And Huxley emerges as a crucial bridging figure from what has been referred to as old eugenics, and up to Germany, and Nazis using it in World War II. And they copied it all from the West, by the way, and especially from America. They got slammed for that. So Huxley, Julian Huxley, reinvented it, you see, under different terminology, but kept it alive and well, and was all for phasing out. He wanted to breed only the well-to-do upper middle class types, and to gradually kill off, basically one way or another, all the rest of the public that they didn't need anymore. This guy, his test bed was the British public. Don't think these people ever stand for you and see and relate to you as their own. They do not do that. Never have done that, folks. Never have. Never have. But it's quite an interesting little, and of course they don't condemn the guy either. If anything, make excuses for him. But it's interesting to see them. They go into the Galton Club, formed at the college, you know, in Oxford. And further debates took place at the Oxford Union from 1919 to 1925. Huxley was a fellow at New College, and the population geneticist J.B.S. Haldane, Huxley's former fag, they call it at Eton, was a fellow from 1919 until 1922. Huxley's students included the cytologist and contraceptions pioneer J. R. Baker, who was undergraduate at New College from 1919 to 1922, and population geneticist E. B. Henry Ford, it says here. The biosocial theorists represented a political spectrum from Haldane on the extreme left to Ford and the later Oxford recruit, the botanist Darlington, on the extreme right. They all continued to exert influence on questions of biology and society on into the 1960s. Actually beyond that too. So these movements with their philosophies are a very old agenda, folks. Very old agenda. And it's still going on today. Bertrand Russell, of course, was a good friend of them all, of course, and worked with them too. And he was quite blatant about them by the use of injections, diet injections and injunctions. We can reduce the population. Russell also said you can really dumb the people down when you're doing all that too. He's quite blatant about it through the same kind of methods as well, apart from just bumping them off. It's really fascinating to see different characters involved in this and their complete connection. How they even used, by the way, and Julian Huxley did it too, became a supposed zoologist. He started talking about wildlife to get all the young children on, and during all the talks in wildlife and little furry animals and stuff, you don't realize you're getting brainwashed as a child into, well, I guess that applies to people too. You know, if there's too many, you must kill them off. Every country has been given their favourite zoologist who all talk about the same things, and too many of this population, too many of that, and then eventually as they get older they start talking about too many of you. There you go. Political and Economic Planning is another PEP group as well, to do with eugenics in Britain, that Julian Huxley was involved in. All the top ones were too. It says it was a British policy think tank formed in 1931 in response to Max Nicholson's article National Plan for Britain. National Plan for Britain. Eugenics, right? Published in February of that year in Gerald Barry's magazine, The Weekend Review. Original members included Nicholson. This is a private organization again, right? They belong to all the other top organizations. So Nicholson and Barry, the zoologist is Julian Huxley, an agronomist, Leonard Elmhurst, the financier, Basil Phillott Blackett, and the civil servants, Dennis Roth and Sir Henry Bunbury, and the research chemist, Michael Zvegindzov, and Israel Zaif, a director of Marks and Spencer. Zaif was chairman in the 1930s, followed by Elmhurst in 1939 and by Nicholson in 1953. It was a non-governmental planning organization financed by corporations to do with eugenics on the general public, folks, and too many of them, etc. The prolific organization was influential in the formation of, guess what, the National Health Service. So they helped draft up stuff long before it came in, right? But remember, the National Health Service, to the general public, now, it's just like today with all the cheaper goods from China. Oh, wow, it's great. What's the real motive of it all? I've already read it to you. Don't overwhelm you with, oh, it's fantastic. As they start taking rights away from, oh, well, we've still got all this free stuff and cheap stuff, and, you know. It's always an, oh, well, so what? And the same with the National Health Service. Don't forget, the agenda of the eugenicists was to bring down the population by all means possible. And what's their favourite technique? Even Ronald Reagan talked about the most fearful things that citizens can hear is from officials coming to their door saying, we're from the government, we're here to help you. Because you better be on guard. National Health Service, inoculations, and in no time at all, with a span of maybe, less under 20 years, they were doing abortions on National Health Service in Britain. And so they, again, eugenics, depopulate, etc. And once you have a National Health Service, then you simply have your abortion days, and they do have abortion days. Every hospital over in Britain has them. That's all they do, And they couldn't do that without having a National Health Service. And now with the National Health Service, they don't have the money. They've got lots to do with all kind of strange things in the National Health Service and strange operations and stuff. But for really essential things, that they claim that they're broke. So you have to say, well, why isn't it doing the main things that it was really you thought it was designed to do in the first place? Well, maybe you thought it was designed for something else in the first place. They always give you candy to begin with, right? And then you substitute the candy for something else as time goes on. Post-war planning and the development of the African colonies as well. They were heavily involved in programs for the African colonies. After the war, it shared the offices of, listen, the Nature Conservancy in Belgrave Square, London, right? So here is the Eugenics Society and National Political and Economic Planning Committee, all private NGOs that formed for themselves on behalf of the real rulers of the world, of course, with top financiers and everything there, and bankers and everything there, right? And it says here, they end up pushing for a National Health Service and development of the African colonies. Afterwards, it shared the offices at the Nature Conservancy in Belgrave Square, London, producing reports such as opportunities in industry and advisory committees in British government. So here again, advisory committees, see? What do you think the Council on Foreign Relations is? It says it on their own website, an advisory committee, they advise governments. Well, do you elect them to advise? No, you don't, no. In 1970, the PEP merged with the Centre for the Study of Social Policy, see? Now, social policy covers everything, folks. and became the Policy Studies Institute. Isn't that interesting, eh? So the Political and Economic Planning Committee become the Policy Studies Institute, the Centre for Study of Social Policy. So they advise governments on social policy. Do you vote them in? No. Nope. Nope, not at all. But it's got chemists here, research chemists, Henry Burnbury. Interesting, a chemist, was on the panel of the first board. Civil servants at Dennis Roth, of course. It says here, Israel Saif, director at Marks and Spencer, and Elmhurst as well. Zoologists were members of it too. Again, eugenics, you see. They used animals' behavior, but really it applied to humans. Study them. Because humans, they say, are animals, you see. And it was Julian Huxley, remember, who said himself that their job at UNESCO, he said in a speech, was to knock man off his stool, or his high stool, as a supreme being on the planet. And they would train the public that you're just another creature, and maybe an inferior creature. You see what I'm saying? This is the whole agenda here. And when you look at all these characters around you with ecology, sustainability, too many of you, the wrong kind of people, etc., etc. And here's what the Nature Conservancy, you see, they're allied with, right? It's a charitable environmental organization headquartered for the U.S. in Arlington, Virginia. Is there anything else in Arlington, Virginia, folks? You think? A massive charitable environmental organization. So it is to conserve lands and waters on which life depends. Interesting, eh? The Conservancy pursues non-confrontational, pragmatic solutions, namely brainwashing the children, to conservation's challenge, working with partners including indigenous communities, businesses, governments, multilateral institutions, and other non-profits. Well, do you get a vote in that? No. It's interesting to even just reading that kind of stuff here. The Nature Conservancy now impacts conservation in 72 countries, including 50 states of the United States. Most of the folk wouldn't even know that themselves. The Conservancy has over 1 million members and has protected more than 119 million acres of land and thousands of miles of rivers worldwide. It also operates more than 100 marine conservation projects globally. The organization's assets total $6.71 billion as of 2015. It's the largest environmental non-profit by assets and by revenue in the Americas. Yeah? Interesting. And they're into land grabs all over the place too, under the guise of conservation. And I've given the talks about the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip. Oh, he's the head of so many organizations in the past, giving profound statements right in your, I mean, there's nothing hidden about this guy, and he runs all these different World Wildlife Funds and all the rest of it. Too many people, when there's too many animals, you have to kill them off, and you have to look at people much the same way, etc., etc., etc. One of his main speeches in Switzerland, he talked like that, in fact, but quite openly about it. So all these conservation things are really very false. They have a mission, and so much of the best farming territory across Africa and so on belong to the World Wildlife Fund and all other organizations he's head of. It's the best farming areas. They can't allow folk into the farm. Be the same elsewhere too, folks. Interesting, eh? Also, I'll put up Antonio Guterres from the United Nations, his opening remarks at the World Government Summit in 2017. World Government Summit. That's the guy they put in charge of the, I think it was United Nations eventually. And they have the same speeches too when they go to the World Economic Forum. Again, getting back to Facebook, how they're basically going to give you a new privacy-focused vision, which you can reverse that if you want. Because if you never learn, folks, it's your own fault. A privacy-focused vision, and confirms that WhatsApp and Messenger and Instagram messaging will be merged in a single platform. Well, there you go. Do you really think there are different private organizations out there running all? It's one massive organization with many faces with the internet. And as you watch, I sometimes read a story just to give you a little start. and shock into life. Real life child snatcher reveals how she's paid £15 per abduction by Philippine gangs who set her a quota of 2 a week and then sell them to paedophiles with prices determined by their looks. This is one person who was caught, right, in the Philippines. £15 per abduction, that's a lot of money for the Philippines. A female kidnapper has revealed sickening details of how gangs abduct children in the Philippines to sell to foreign paedophiles with bonuses for how pretty they are. Lilibeth Bustamante was caught trying to walk away with a 10-year-old girl in Paracas City on February the 20th. She was playing in front of her house when Bustamante took her by the arm and told her to come with her to the store, but a neighbour intervened when he noticed the girl asking for help. So she was caught, and she spilled the beans. And this was a 10-year-old girl. She was abducted on this occasion in February. And then she told the police the details, horrifying details of the criminal gangs who sell the children into sex slavery. And this would be across the world too, I bet you. And they'll put them into all these different movies, sex movies. And there'll be a waiting list of these pervs, I'm sure, wanting to get first go with these children. And do you think they're going to let these children live? They can recognize people, folk. You better understand what's happening in the world here. And no one cares because you've been taught that life is cheap by those who rule you. They've trained you step by step, like Huxley saying, knocking you off your pedestal. And that's already done. And people have been taught they're Midas, oh, so what, you know. And your daily fare is getting towards pedophilia if you're watching television with the stuff they're pushing on it. And by the way, that eventually, I've said before, that eventually the agenda is they knock the pillars down step by step. The next step is for, they call it intergenerational sex. There'll be no such term as pedophilia, and there'll be no crime either, as they normalize it. And they normalize it when the society is no longer a strong society with strong cultural morals. That's when they do it. And we're already there. Look what the folk are watching. They're stuck on, they're addicted to basically pornography. Even the stuff they show on mainstream television as entertainment is just the same kind of stuff, even in the ads. So articles like this should, at one time, you would have had mass movements forming to stop this kind of thing happening. Not anymore, because there's no opposition, and that's where you've been brought to, step by step. Sorry to prattle on too, as I say, I haven't had time to work out anything in any way at all. I generally try to talk from the top of my head, which is what I'm doing tonight. I hope you understand that everything you've been trained to believe is completely different. They have different agendas. That's why George Orwell showed you what the Ministry of Love was. It's the opposite. And the Ministry of Truth and all the other ministries are the opposites, folks. But they train you to believe in the name itself. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. They're here to take care of us. I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 17th of March, 2019. Astonishing. But that's what we're getting in times of global warming, you see, and longer and longer winters, apparently. And in everything that happens, actually, it doesn't matter what it is put down to global warming, because that's the mantra for the new religion, to bring humanity together across the world in a kind of war situation. We fight the big thing, the threat from out there, that big threat, you see, that they talked about so many times, from different prime ministers of Canada back in the 50s and 60s up to the present time. That's what they said, they'd have to have an enemy to unite the planet, you see. But could it be that they thought about all weird things like, aliens, or you name it, or they've had all the movies, in the movies too, you know, asteroids, or we'd all come together and blow them out of the universe, etc., etc. But then they settled on climate change. And first of all, of course, they were going to have an ice age back in the 1960s, and that's what was the mantra then, from all the scientific puppets that are well padded puppets, mind you, and they were prattling on about the coming ice age. It would all freeze to death, for goodness sake. And everybody started buying heavy clothing. But it didn't happen. Instead, the weather went the other way a little bit, so they settled on global warming. Now, global warming is actually easier to cause if they want to cause it. You can get man-made global warming by the very methods that have said that it sprayed the skies to make it happen. When you look back at all the old scientific studies, that all kinds of particulates they could spray in the sky, and even literally because sunlight that would pass between them, hit the earth and go back up, and they could bounce back down again off the particles. So they've thought about everything, really. They can make the appearance of anything happen, and the heavy spraying, of course, geoengineering. So many studies, so many patents over the years, but so many university articles churned out too by participants, because a lot of universities get paid to do all these different studies. In fact, most folk make any decent money at all today in the new perfect Soviet capitalist system. It really is off the public trough, isn't it? That's where the money is. We pay for everything. We pay for private businesses, big corporations, that is. Not small business, but big corporations. We pay for their setups, etc., big factories and all that. So it's called public-private partnerships. The private corporations own the big businesses once we've paid and built them all for them, all their infrastructure. So it's quite a system we live in, really. It's so amazing, really. I guess it's true. I mean, you've got to congratulate people who noticed that the right kind of terminology and scientific technique applied to particular areas. And mind you, it's not that hard if you get total command of all media and education. You can make the children believe anything, and they'll grow up believing it. So why wouldn't they want to believe? Who would really think that there are people creating this big massive religion, taking years in the making, in order to control the whole population of the planet and bring it down and so on? Why would you think that? But then again, it's all out there that that's what they thought up. That is what they thought up. The whole idea there's too many people. They've got all these studies. Oh, each person born will consume so much of this and so much of that of the Earth's resources in the time that they live, and even to keep warm and so on, all this energy. They've got all these estimates and statistics thrown at you to try to say that, well, yeah, I guess we should all just commit suicide, eh? You know, I watched one of these terrible end of the world scenario movies about a comet or something, or no, it was a meteor. There's a whole bunch of them over the years. They keep churning them out. The same story, really. But they bring in situation ethics with them too. You don't realize you're getting programmed all the time. Situation ethics. This particular one, like a deep impact one. Maybe that was the name of it, I don't know. Again, they get well-known actors in it, number one. Put a big budget into it, number two. Then the scientists warning everybody, what we have to do, yada, yada, yada. And all authorities go into action. Everybody must believe that the world's going to end. But at the end, they get a kind of lotto for the general population. They've already picked a few thousand of the scientific types, the really educated types they'll need to run a survival system underground, under the ground. And a lotto for the ones that are left. And of course, anybody over 50 in the movie version, you're out the picture anyway, unless you were a scientist and important. But anybody over 50, or anybody really with medical illnesses or anything, well, you would just be expendable. You'd have to go up there and get a bottle of scotch and get sozzled as it comes in. And that was it. But that's the situation ethics. And you're being trained all the time through entertainment. Entertainment is never static in propagandizing different agendas that you're living through today. And in fact, you probably, if you're about 30, you've had it, a real heavy indoctrination from day one in the classroom. We got to remember how many politicians over the last 50 years or more came out with the same statement about threats from outside, and we'd all come together and the whole, as a unitary planet, basically, to fight some enemy, a common enemy. And then you find Ronald Reagan too took up the cry, if there was a threat from outer space, from out there, we'd all have to come together and use their resources and their initiative and their intelligence and be basically one to fight it off. And then you get peace too, of course. But what we're really talking about is how do you get the public to give up all their rights and freedoms in a wartime situation? Because war, you accept it readily. You're going to get protected, and you're all at risk, so leave it to experts to rule it all. And it's the military at that time to run the system while you go through this war. That's what you do. Henry Kissinger said the same thing too, that if some threat hit, say, California, then the people would welcome UN troops in for food, etc., to keep the peace and to manage some big disaster, whatever it happened to be, he said. And people would give up all their rights and freedoms because of fear of starvation or whatever else that they needed to at the time. And he gave that speech as well. So it's well known from those who sit up at the planning stages of war strategy, what can be used to get the public together for other agendas, for the real agenda. The real agenda is, and Kissinger was a part of that too, was overpopulation. You go way back, you'll find the same thing with the two Huxleys, the brothers, and even before them, you had their granddad, Thomas, Huxley. He really was Darwin's bulldog, as he call it. And you find that they were always prattling about overpopulation of the wrong people, right down to way back even further from the days of Thomas Malthus. They had taken the idea from another philosopher, actually, not an economist, but a philosopher, because the idea has always been there. You got to understand history. History has horror shows if you really open the real books, and there really are real books. There are real archives that certain professors will admit to. Not everyone gets access to them. In the Middle Ages, a natural thing that they did was to occasionally, if they thought there was too many people, or if they heard, because you always have what we call in Britain or Scotland, clipe. You get a clipe. A clipe is somebody that'll be all pally with you, lives amongst you. You think it's one of you, and they go off to the boss man, the baron, or whoever it happens to be, and says that people are getting restless, or they claim that there's not enough food being left for them. You're taking all the food off them that they grow. They're getting restless. So there's always, a particular number of peasantry that they might not control. And they had advisors, good advisors, just like they always do in all ages. They would decide to basically starve certain folk off, or if the plague was coming in, they'd simply burn down their houses, the winter would come, and they'd freeze to death, they'd have no food, and they'd starve. That's how they'd reduce populations. And they talked about it quite candidly. This idea of the nice society is a pretty recent figment of imagination put upon the public, again, through the new education and the new propaganda, which uses electronics, radio, television, to the present day, all different gadgets and gimmicks. But the fact is, beforehand, it wasn't quite as easy to control the public. And I've given talks before on how even London had thousands of spies all through it, in say the 19th century, for instance, probably in the 20th century. But literally, they on a kind of contract basis, who lived amongst the people, walked amongst them, lived in different streets, and they put in reports every so often, and the reports went up and up and up to those who managed the big city and the government, and they would find out who, all different factions that they were complaining about different things, so they could stave them off and stop it from happening, basically. Today, of course, we're all monitored. It's much easier, but we're monitored for our safety. It's called terrorism, you see. And so, with anybody being a potential terrorist, you could be one tomorrow. You might wake up as one, like a disease, you might wake up tonight as a vampire, you see. But that's what they've sold you, is the reason for giving up all your rights and freedoms. It's astonishing. It can take centuries and centuries of combative roles and wars and mass slaughters of the peasantry, who rise again, hopefully in another age, to demand their rights again. But it took forever to get these rights of privacy. And just with a few free, if you take two of these and one of that, and let us snoop into this and that, then it'll be cheaper, etc. And away they go. That's all they should have done. You wouldn't have needed all those spies, fill up what you're doing this week in this bit of paper and hand it to the boss man. It's quite astonishing, isn't it, how conned we are. But you see, society runs on conology, the art of conning people. And that's a really, really high degree, if you get one, in conology. And believe you me, they hire lots of good con men out there, and women. But the guys are, I must say, they're a bit more practice at it, you see. Children are good at it, Children are natural good con people. Did you spill that milk on that table? No, I didn't. As I stand there with the glass here, and it's right in front of them, and it's all over the place. Or he did it, or whatever, or the puppy did it, But it's the same thing as Eve, the devil made her do it. Same thing. So your owners, you see you as a wild beast, and so they've got to train you to be subservient. And to be subservient, you must have something in common with other people. And what you have is survival. You like to survive. It's quite nice, actually. And if you can survive and eat and keep warm in cold climates and things, well, it's pleasant to survive. You can go through hard times too, but some days are quite nice. And that's really how it is, you see. So they go through all this trouble to convince us that we're the problem. So the Club of Rome, just like the prime ministers and all the rest of them before me, way back to Malthus, says, and there really is, there's too much of you see, the general peasantry. You might think you're middle class at the bottom, but you're not. Julian Huxley was quite adamant about the people who thought they would get in to be saved and to procreate their own genes in the future. He says, how mistaken they will be. There you go. So if you help them, yeah, you might get financially be better off at the moment, but eventually it'll hit you too. So depopulation was always a problem, just going all the way back to the Middle Ages and before. And it was quite natural at times too for nobility to get a group together and just go slaughtering peasantry. There's no laws against it, you see. Petitions could be handed into kings and queens and all that. And sometimes when they're handed, like it happened in England once, the peasants handed a petition into the king, and he rode out and had a little chat with them. Then he rode back in again, and then once it split up to go their different ways back through where they'd come from in England, they were divided, you see. They sent out the army and they slaughtered them. So just to teach them, because obviously if the king says, oh, you're quite right, you really do need a bit of bread extra, maybe a loaf for amongst the 10 of you once a week, And if you get that, you see, you might want more, right? Well, where would that lead, eh? Less profit for the king and all the feudal overlords, etc. They can't have that, can they? So anyway, that's really what's always been a problem with those who rule. It's to do with rulership. And don't ever think that you're living in a better time. You're better controlled today by the leadership that are scientifically trained in techniques. The long study of techniques that use, as I say, incredibly well-documented testing on society and studying of society in all kinds of psychological and behavioral situations. It's so precise, and even more so now with instant and real-time studying of, are you copying the meme and chatting on the internet about blah, 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 etc. in real time. They know exactly what works and what doesn't, and what will tweak you, what get the emotions going. And when the emotions get going, you forget logic, you see. And then you're at their mercy. So as I say, that's what the Club of Rome said. And in a beautiful way, rather than get aliens or that, they thought, well, humans believe. And I tell you, I've tested it out myself on people, even from one year to the next, just casual acquaintances and stuff. And you'll say, remember last summer or last June or July, and people can't remember. Especially winters, they can't remember. Because with climate control, going from their house to their vehicle to wherever they work, coming back again, they're seldom outside the vehicle in the cold. And as long as the infrastructure keeps ploughing roads with snow and so on, then they won't take much notice of things. It's really astonishing how we adapt to artificial systems. And very quickly adapt, and you never think about it. Most folk don't think about it. So this is all well understood. So the Club of Rome came up with the idea and a beautiful dialectical approach as well. Right? So rather than get just an enemy from out there, because you have to fight something like an alien. There's so many old sci-fis about it, aliens invading Earth, etc. Who would want to come here? Huh? Hey? So aliens invading Earth, and you get the humanity all coming together to fight the aliens to save us all. We all become brothers and sisters, and it's all utopia. That terrible word utopia that always is a horror show in reality. And we become one, right? But mind you, they don't give you a sequel to show you how it all divides as soon as somebody else takes your loaf of bread and run away over there with it. But that's the idea behind it. So they had an idea, the Club of Rome, that man would be the problem, not the enemy out there. No, man is the actual enemy. Isn't that wonderful dialectic? Huh? That's what's I didn't realize I was the enemy. Oh my God, I didn't realize I was a bad person here. So really you end up fighting yourself. And so you'll pay taxes and carbon taxes, and you'll do what you're told by the commissars, the climate commissars, a new priesthood, you see, and they'll reduce the population as well. And you've already had children coming forth over the last few years asking to be sterilized to save the planet. That's their indoctrination at school, you see. And it can work. You can train them to do anything and believe anything with enough well-placed propaganda under the guise of education or whatever you want to call it. And so therefore, it's that's what they hit upon. But isn't that wonderful? I mean, right at that, we have to fight that. We're fighting ourselves. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great? It really, you got to hand it to them, eh? They know their stuff, don't they? Because the whole problem has always been, how do you get them to give up their rights and be managed by science? That's what socialism is all about. A world run in a super Sovietized system of scientists and professionals. And you'll do what you're told. You might not even get born. They might not need you to be born. In fact, they've said that to the Georgia Grindstones. Oh, take the population way down. We don't need all these people. But isn't it wonderful that they get a good chunk of the population living off our tax money and training us, who pay them all, so that they can brainwash us and manage us like animals. Isn't that wonderful? And we accept it without question. But mind you, if you get them young enough, there's nothing they will not accept. Russell said it better than Russell said it, because he had an experimental school way back to try different things on the children, you see. He wasn't the only one. Other countries did it too. And it really, he said, you make children believe that snow is black. And you persuade them to do anything if you use the right technique he's talking about. And technique, when you see that word technique, that's what they're talking about. It's techniques of manipulation, coercion, and getting people to obey you, basically, without realizing that they're being ordered. You see, you're the bad person. There's too many of you. Do you really want to pass on your genes? And so they sterilize you one way or another, chemically. And well, Russell talked about it. Different ways to do. You can put stuff in drinking water, as an example. Put it in the food, as an example. You can make it prevalent, like bisphenols, for instance, through everything. And you start getting folk to drink out of plastic all the time, and etc. This has all been tested. They knew this years ago what it does before they gave it to you. But they'll always, again, when it comes, the crazy conspiracy theorists, well, I'll put some things up tonight about it. And again, they can say, well, that's old data, that's like 5 years old. Oh, for goodness sake, that's antique. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? The agenda has always been, how do you get them to give up their rights? Be not just advised, but completely managed. And of course, into it, they bring a whole bunch of different branches of the sociological sciences, like freedoms, positive freedom versus negative freedom. And they've got all kinds of, always have positive and negative, you see. Tony Blair was an advocate of this too. How can you manipulate the people by taking away their freedoms? Can you have a bit of both at the same time? He went to see Isaiah Berlin about it, was his mentor, and got advice from him on how to manage the public. Tony Blair was not, you understand, he was not what you call a British politician. If you have a British politician standing for Britain, the people make the mistake of thinking he's one of you. And he thinks about Britain the same way as you do because he's living there. And nothing is further from the truth. Your whole concept of what countries are, what nations are, in this day and age, are completely at odds with what they really are. Your politics is a fiction. This word democracy, at one time they go through a pretense occasionally of listening to the public once in a blue moon. They never do that. I haven't seen that done for about 50 years, at least. And the couple of times they give you a show of democracy, well, you have a vote, they never fulfill it. I can remember Toronto, when they're doing the United Nations megacities, and that's what it is, this United Nations policy for megacities and super cities. And way back, years and years ago, in preparation for the smart city, you see, before you even heard the term smart city, things are worked out 50, 60, 70 years ahead of time, always. They talked about that. Oh, there's a lot of little smaller townships that would be absorbed into this thing, and the local councils would be demolished as well. A lot of people didn't want it, because if you don't have control over your little area, you don't have any control at all. That's what government's really for. Your own local government, your council, looks after the problems in your area, and you can go right to them. They won't live far away, and they can come to you. But once you put them somewhere else, then it becomes abstract, very abstract thing altogether. And eventually you give up and you're governed from afar. It's a centralized government, the old Marxist idea for total power. You really are living in a fiction of what you think reality is and what governments are and all the rest of it. And governments never stand up really for the people. If they do, be very wary, because it's a con. It's for something else, you see. They'll take rights away from you, and they're very good guises. You say, oh, I'm for that, I'll vote for that. And away you go, and bang, you just lost a bunch of rights before you even thought about it, really. It's like driving licenses. These started off to be voluntary. Folk had never thought of driving licenses. And then, next thing you know, is insurance. With snob appeal. Give insurance, no, I don't bother with that, And say, well, I have it. Yeah, I've got quite a good policy here, actually. Oh, you can afford that, can you? Oh, yes. And that's how it's done. Snob appeal works awfully well amongst the public. That's why they wear brand names. They advertise brand names in their clothing and in their shoes and everything, On everything. Here they're buying an overpriced piece of junk, whatever it happens to be, and they've got the brand of the thing to advertise for free. What a fool. What a fool, honestly. You can make people do anything. At one time, they used to hire billboard guys. You see it in old movies, signage boards, and a sign on the front and the back to advertise a cafe or something. Now they do it they pay you to do it now. I'll buy that. Never, ever underestimate the stupidity of humans. Never do that. Never, ever do that. The proof is there at the beginning of every winter. Go to your favourite, if you're at a cafe somewhere in a town or a city, go there about 6 p.m. or maybe 5 p.m. as they're all coming from work, and watch them try to stop when the first little snowfall they've had. It can be an inch or two of snow, and you'll see them flying along, and they can't stop and so on, because they go in the same speed as they always go. The white stuff everywhere doesn't seem to compute. People are, but we are, honestly. We're pretty awful. That's domestication, you see. Look at all the stories about animals. And talk about sheep. And how they just panic and they bolt in one direction like a school of fish. If there's one out in front, they'll all follow it. But that's what happens. And you see, animals that you're going to consume or whatever are bred to be domesticated, subservient, basically, obedient. Their wildness, their natural instinct is taken out of them, bred out of them. Actually bred out of them. Now, in this day and age, mind you, where they can literally induce sterilization through various means, including chemical, you start thinking about things, Start thinking. because maybe we're not as swift up the top here as we like to think we are. I've read the articles over the years, out loud in fact, to do with even the UN studies, the WHO and so on, and different departments for education, talking about the IQ dropping points here. Things like that don't happen by themselves. Doesn't happen by itself. It's an innate thing in you, but it's dropping. And we don't seem to worry about it. Maybe it's because it's gone past a point that our intellect can't grasp it, and we just give up. Oh well, so what? So there you go, eh? It does work, doesn't it? Let's look back at one of these articles here to do with something you're probably fed up hearing, because you've heard so many disputes about it, and so many, conspiracy nutcases, etc., 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 on the studies done about it. And it's to do with fluoride, for instance, something that so many folk consume. And don't forget, go into the history of fluoride. And for instance, in the Americas here, there's a scientist or a dentist who literally lauded it. I'm sure he was well paid and paid for it to push it at one point. He read all the studies, and later on he came out against it and said that he was deceived, etc., etc. But they went through the problems that it causes, not just in your bones, and it does cause problems in bones and your teeth. You'll see little specks where it'll accumulate in the teeth, etc. You've got to go into the history of it, and the countries that dosed their public with it, or even countries they conquered with it, and put it in because it made people more passive. Think about it. Now let's do one of the many, many studies that are professionally done by scientists. And this particular one is from India, and it's from the Medical and Allied Sciences, is the name of the journal actually for India. And its original title was Neurodegenerative Changes in Different Regions of Brain, Spinal Cord and Sciatic Nerve of Rats Treated with Sodium Fluoride. It's got the participants here, and they were from the Department of Zoology, University College of Sciences, Osmania University, Hyderabad in Andhra Pradesh, India. And they go into the abstract here. This is 2011, I think it was. And fluoride is known to cross the blood-brain barrier and alter the structure and function of neural tissue. And there's a reason you got that blood-brain barrier, for many reasons actually. But so fluoride goes across it without problem. There are few authoritative reports on neurodegenerative changes in the hippocampus, neocortex, cerebellum, spinal cord and sciatic nerve and fluoride intoxication. We report the alterations in the structure of neuronal tissue after chronic administration of sodium fluoride for 60 days to rats. And they had their control groups, two groups, you see. 12 male Wistar rats were divided equally into two groups. One group received 20 parts per million of sodium fluoride, and the other group, which served as a control, received tap water for 60 days. And this is what they found. This is properly. Don't forget to dissect every single part, little tiny slices of the animal afterwards, as they do with people too, by the way, for the folk who think it's just done with animals. But they understand all this stuff. But anyway, it goes through amazing tests of tissue tests and so on, and chemical tests. Anyway, it says the body weights and organic somatic index of brain in the sodium fluoride treated animals were significantly reduced relative to the control group. And so actually the organic, the brain and so on, becomes lighter, tissue fluoride levels of hippocampus, neocortex, cerebellum, spinal cord and sciatic nerve all increased significantly in fluoride-treated rats. Electron microscopy of the hippocampus, neocortex, cerebellum, spinal cord and sciatic nerve showed neurodegenerative changes in the fluoride-treated group compared to controls. Axon deterioration, that's your nerve sheet around into your nerves and so on. And myelin sheath that protects the actual little dendrils that come out of the nerve itself. And degeneration and dark cells with scanty cytoplasm were observed in spinal cord and sciatic nerve in the treated group. Other distinctive morphological alterations observed were vacuolated swollen mitochondria and neocortex. hippocampus and cerebellum, and myelinated fibers with breaks in continuity. You'll actually find these, isn't it interesting too? You'll find a lot of this with the effects in the mitochondria, with multiple sclerosis, for example, and all hardened too. But they're actually cracking in the sheath that protects things of the nerves, and myelin splitting in vacuolated Schwann cell within cerebellum and sciatic nerve, respectively, etc., etc. Anyway, this is quite a good report, one of many, I'm sure. And there's no mystery in this, is what I'm saying. This is the stuff that's in your drinking water to help you. Do you understand that this term, to help you, is used as a horror show? Don't ever forget that. It's always used. Or it's necessary to take rights away, or it's necessary to do that to make your teeth better. Necessity, that word. Believe it, that's always used. It's necessary to take all your rights away from you and make you live in your overcrowded cities because of global warming, and sustainability. It's necessary. It's necessary to sterilize you because there's too many of you. If that was a problem, and there's too many of you, and your own populations are dropping like a stone, according to all the studies I've done over the years and read out on the air, in fact, if that's the case, why would you have mass migration from relatively large family type of societies, bring them in? Why would you be doing that? See, when something doesn't make sense, there's other reasons for all of this, you understand? All of it. And the people are left to blame each other, and different groups will blame each other, because you've got the consequences of it all. But the ones at the top, obviously, have planned all this for reasons that you'll never figure out. Because that's the real agenda here too. There's always a good reason and there's a real reason. And for the public, they try to keep you as far away from the real reason as possible. They really disguise it so well. But this is a good study for those who have a bit of patience, and is detailed in the proper scientific breakdown and examination of the test groups. And they're young too, by the way. It's very important too to see what the offspring are like. Very like soya. Remember the whole thing with soya on the rats and mice that were used in that, and various guinea pigs, etc., that they used for it. That the first generation, their fertility dropped a fair bit. The children that were born of them were maybe half, by that time half of them could reproduce. Other couldn't. The third generation are sterile. And that's what they forced on the public. Oh, it's healthy. Soya is going to be a savior to the world. And they made a big, it's so healthy too. Oh, it's so healthy for you. Millions, and maybe today's it would be billions spent on promoting all that stuff. So anyway, in a study here with the fluoride, they go into, it really is. You can actually put it together with people about the problems, the mitochondria and so on, and nuclear membrane and cell shrinkage of the brain, etc., observed in in the kidney cells of young pigs treated with fluoride. So pigs as well. And molecular basis of fluoride action is mainly concerned with cellular enzymes, especially antioxidant enzymes. High levels of fluoride in drinking water, 1 to 12 parts per million, affect central nervous system directly without first causing the physical deformities of skeletal fluorosis. So there you go, right? So before you'll even see the signs of skeletal fluorosis, you'll find the central nervous system has got problems. I go straight to that first before it affects anything else. And it says distinct alterations in brain have also been observed with the chronic administration of aluminium fluoride. It says histological changes in the brain of young fluoride-intoxicated rats have been reported, and they give the ones who studied it. However, most of the studies have so far been confined to the whole brain. The study reports the neural changes with respect to the different regions of the brain, with emphasis of hippocampus, neocortex, and cerebellum of the brain, spinal cord, and sciatic nerve by using transmission electron microscope in rats administered with 20 parts per million of the particular fluoride for 60 days. So yeah, they've used, it's really quite amazing, and right into the neurodegenerative changes and how they examined it and found it all and so on. Very well done study. So there's no real, I mean, I'm not shocked by by these findings, because I've read for many years, not from conspiracy sites either, but from various medical journals and scientific journals, who all know this. They know what I'm talking about here. It's really not new, but it's good to see it reaffirmed by people who've still got the guts to publish it. If there's big agendas in the way, of course, you're always going to find opposition to try to silence it. That's the way it's done, isn't it? I'm Alan Watt, and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 17th of March, 2019. There's another one too, it was from India as well, about the aluminum they're finding in the soil from the geoengineering. If I can find that too, I'll put that one up as well. A good, interesting study. Again, it's not a makeshift thing, it's well done. And of course, we know Monsanto came out with aluminum resistant seeds. They can grow in heavily contaminated soil. It's got aluminum in it. Everything's understood at the top what they're doing, and of course that's one of the main particulates in the geoengineering spray is aluminum oxide, and you breathe it in too, of course, and also barium and various, they're even testing out, I think it was sulfur particles and other things too, mind you, which are really nasty to be breathed in for a period of time at all. Necessity, so you've got to save the planet, so you've got to be right, don't complain, it's necessity. And just take their word for it that climate change is what they say it is. It's interesting if you understand, if you get a vehicle and it's a fairly new model of something, a motorbike or a car, whatever it happens to be, you'll start to see, when you see the same model passing. Now you can be driving for years, but you never saw that, you never noticed that thing before until you get one yourself, that particular model yourself. And then you start noticing that it's the same thing when it comes to climate, because you just accept things. It's not until a big problem is made of it that you actually notice anything. So it can sound, oh my God, terrifying, eh? My God, I didn't realize it was going to rain today. Huh. I didn't get my raincoat with me. Oh, goodness me. But it's true. So don't forget the articles I read years and years ago too, from all the top NGO groups that are financed to propagandize us into existence, to terrify us, actually say in their own articles, the leaders and the CEOs of these groups and so on, and government departments, that we always put out scary, terrifying scenarios because the public won't take notice otherwise. See? That's what you do. I'll put something like the SPICE project, stratospheric particle injection for climate engineering. I'll put that up too. And they've got different universities, University of Bristol, University of Cambridge, University of Oxford, and University of Edinburgh. And they began a collaboration in 2010, because that's what they use our tax money for as well, to brainwash us, you know. And the characters they use are departments now for, it's, you know, ecological departments and so on, because that's where the big money is going to be from the taxpayer. And they talk about the project, what are the aims of the project, and how they're going to achieve the SPICE project. Well, what does it involve? There's got 3 parts that they break it down to, and geoengineering and governance, you see. What is geoengineering and how is it governed, right? Well, it's not by the public, that's for sure. We just breathe it in and do what we're told. But that's what they give you, isn't it? That's exactly what they give you. And another one too, stratospheric Welsbach seeding for reduction of global warming. United States patent, and it's got the number in it here and all the rest of it. I think it's 5,003,186. And that's from 1991, this US patent, this particular one. So there's, there's lots of it there, because whenever you see something emerging, they've been planning that an awful long time ago, actually. And here's an article to go with it. Welcome to Climate Geoengineering Governance, a research project which aims to provide a timely basis for the governance of geoengineering through robust research on the ethical, legal, social and geopolitical implications of a range of geoengineering approaches. Well, there you go, eh? But is it democratic? Do you get any say in it? No. And it's got all the different universities again here too. And the LWEC, it says, publishes geoengineering policy and practice note. Living with environment change. There you go. And why won't the UK make the sun shine for the Olympics? That was 2012. BBC. With the British weather threatening to put a damper on the Olympic Games, why doesn't the government just make the sun shine? At the risk of sounding like a mad scientist, blah, blah, it can be done, in theory at least. The Chinese government see clouds ahead of the 2008 Olympics opening ceremony to create a downpour elsewhere and keep the stadium dry. And tell you how they did it. It's old stuff, actually. And they're using the old technique. But it's still effective. And it says it's also possible to over-nucleate clouds with many particles so that they hold in their moisture until they've passed over the target area, experts say. So you can carry it away as well. You can make it happen. You can disperse it if you want, and it won't rain. Or you can move it to where you want it to rain. This is old stuff. It says cloud seeding is used around the world to prevent fog at airports, to stop hail damage in the cities, or to boost snowfall at ski resorts. And on it goes. This is important here too. It says the UK has a checkered history with the technique. In 1952, it says 35 deaths in the Lynmouth flood disaster were linked at the time to RAF rainmaking experiments over southern England a few days earlier, although nothing was proved. Well, with Britain, whenever they do stuff like that, they never ever tell you the truth. They'll always deny it. But they were actually, it came out that they were doing the cloud seeding at the time to make it rain. Everything else they pressed on the public was done clandestinely too, including the spraying by naval ships off the east coast. The spray went across the coast and they monitored a particular nasty substance that can be cancerogenic. And it was done with, again, impunity again. Nothing comes out of it except, oh well. They would never do anything to harm you, would they? Isn't it wonderful that the way they train us all? And the UN urged to freeze climate geoengineering projects. And that was 2010. The UN should impose a moratorium on geoengineering projects such as artificial volcanoes and vast cloud seeding schemes to fight climate change, Green Group says, fearing they could harm nature and mankind. It says the risks were too great because the impacts of manipulating nature on a vast scale were not fully known. They know it's going to kill us off, and they've been doing it. They know how many folk are coming down every year with terrible bronchial problems that often lead to death and recurrent infections and so on from it. Because once it makes the lining of your trachea and your bronchioles inflamed, and bacteria sets in over and over. They know this, so. And that's acceptable. The death rate is acceptable to get the agenda through. Because after all, you see, if there's too many alive, they claim, especially if they manage to breed more, so they claim, as they flood the West with more and more people. Because there's no satisfying them, obviously, through logic. If you'll breed, then there's going to be problems, they claim. That was the biggest problem that faced the world, according to all eugenicists, including Julian Huxley, quite open about it. Anyway, envoys from 200 countries gathered in Nagoya, Japan, to agree targets to fight the destruction of forests and rivers and coral reefs that provide resources and services and so on at the time. But they said that, yeah, this stuff could have terrible effects on the public. They're actually more worried about what it'll have on animal life, because they're greenies, eh? Here you go. They don't like humans too much. And developing an international framework for geoengineering. International organizations involved in it, and different universities, University of Maryland, Carnegie Mellon University, etc., etc., etc. All old stuff, but it's all still going on. There's just no end to it if you really care to look at it. And it's odd too, if you repeat the same stuff from their own side, you'll be called a conspiracy theorist. So it's all, as I say, that's instead of the aliens invading the earth, here's your enemy. The climate's fighting you and you're fighting the climate, so man's the problem. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, you gotta admit it. You gotta hand it to them. They understand psychology and how to put it across. It really is. You gotta admit it. Mind you, with endless tax money, all these different organizations and big foundation money too, and big paychecks for the CEOs of the NGO. They actually have huge buildings, some of them, these NGOs. We don't vote for any of them, but they decide policy for all of us. See, that's how you're really governed. If folk can't get their head round that, you think you're voting and that's everything you have to do. But you don't get to vote for all these private organizations. That's how you're really governed, is through private organizations. Most folk are ignorant of, in fact. I'd like to just mention, too, something awfully important. And I've mentioned George Orwell many times. He's a bit of an enigma, man. But he went off to fight for socialism against what he saw as really the fascist system. And he was very passionate about it. In his era, people had witnessed the massive marches to London for people who just to hand in big charts for people who were protesting utter poverty before World War II started. And the reason for it all was a massive taxation in an empire system where only this strange city of London and then maybe a couple of hundred families seemed to profit from it all. Maybe a lot more than that, but not that much. People in the outskirts who help the empire, they profit awfully well. But the vast majority of the public pay for it all. They pay for the wars, they pay for infrastructure across the planet. In all the empirical countries, they pay for the railroads, they pay for the military. But they get nothing back from it except the bills. There you go, that's the truth of it. But that's what Orwell was really about too. And when he found out what real communism was, he says it's nothing like what he thought, his idea of what socialism would be. And so he became its enemy very quickly. Anyway, he says freedom of the press. And this was a foreword in his book Animal Farm. If you think, you see, it's not new. Suppression and censorship is not new. It says the book was first thought of so far, the actual book, Animal Farm, as a central idea. It goes in 1937, but it's not written down until about the end of 1943. By the time when it came to be written, it was obvious that there would be great difficulty in getting it published in spite of the present book shortage, which ensures that anything describable as a book will sell, and in the event it was refused by 4 publishers, only one of these had any ideological motive. 2 had been publishing anti-Russian books for years, and the other had no noticeable political colour. One publisher actually started by accepting the book, but after making the preliminary arrangement, he decided to consult the Ministry of Information. The Ministry of Information is real. We all have departments of information, especially today, because we're under this strange terrorist thing. Terrorists just spontaneously come out of nowhere. And so we all are under your corporate-type management, you see. Anyway, get back to the article. It says, so the Minister of Information, who appears to have warned him, at any rate, strongly advised him against publishing his book. And he gives an extract from his letter and so on. It says here, this is what the publisher got, I guess. I mentioned the reaction I had from an important official in the Ministry of Information with regards to Animal Farm. I must confess that this expression of opinion has given me seriously to think. I can now see that it might be regarded as something which it was highly ill-advised to publish at the present time. If the fable were addressed generally to dictators and dictatorships at large, then publication would be all right. But the fable does follow, as I see it now, so completely the progress of the Russian Soviets and their 2 dictators that it can apply only to Russia. So that was why they didn't want to publish it. The same thing happened, of course, with 1984, which was published, I think, in 1947-48. But this one here, Animal Farm, he wanted to get published during World War II, when, of course, they were in bed with the Soviet system. Don't think the Soviet system can't, forget the fact it was Russia, that system can be put anywhere. In fact, I think there's more communists were actually living in the US, right through that entire period up to the present time. And because you don't use the word communism anymore, doesn't mean that's not what they are. Often, it's so tragic that folk have to be given an actual name to identify something. If you don't get the name, you see, they don't think about it. And that's why those who control you use names awfully frequently. They label you, you see. And they can get you to write hate somebody or whatever it happens to be, or a group, or you name it. That's what your governments do. Anyway, it says here that this is from his own publisher. I think the choice of pigs as a ruling caste will no doubt give offence to many people, and particularly to anyone who's a bit touchy, as undoubtedly the Russians are. This kind of thing is not a good symptom. This is Orwell again. Obviously, it's not desirable that a government department should have any power of censorship, except, and this is awfully important for folk who are, unfortunately, we get overdosed with data every day, and most folk don't remember it. And that's why you have to be selective in your thoughts, and selective in what you're thinking, and selective in the topics. Everything else is just bubblegum. But back to his article, and he says, This is, obviously it's not desirable that a government department, this is Orwell, should have any power of censorship. It's not desirable that a government department should have any power of censorship. And it says, except security censorship, which no one objects to in wartime. See, this is what I said before. Well, now it's terrorism, you can't say that. See how we work as a you suddenly become like a super tribe, basically. It doesn't matter how many cultures are involved, you become a super tribe when you think you're under threat. Yeah, sure, yeah. You can ration me, you can do this, you can do that, okay. But it says, over books which are not officially sponsored. But the chief dangers to freedom of thought and speech at this moment is not the direct interference of the Ministry of Information or any official body. If publishers and editors exert themselves to keep certain topics out of print, it is not because they are frightened of prosecution, but because they are frightened of public opinion. In this country, intellectual cowardice is the worst enemy a writer or journalist has to face, and that fact does not seem to me to have had the discussion it deserves. Any fair-minded person with journalistic experience will admit that during this war, official censorship has not been particularly irksome. We have not been subject to the kind of totalitarian coordination that might have been reasonable to expect. The press has some justified grievance, but on the whole, the government has behaved well, has been surprisingly tolerant of minority opinions. Except for the folk who didn't want the war, they locked them up, eh? The sinister fact about literacy censorship in England is that it is largely voluntarily. So this is so important. Government likes you to go along voluntarily, but you know there'll be consequences if you don't. You see, that's what law is, actually. It's always coercion. It's always sitting about, you're kind of coerced along, you know. But if you say no, that's when you get force applied, you see. That's how it all works. You get punished or your license gets withdrawn for whatever it happens to be, you name it. Unpopular ideas can be silenced and inconvenient facts kept dark without the need for any official ban. Anyone who has lived long in a foreign country will know of instances of sensational items of news, things which on their own merits would get the big headlines, being kept right out of the British press, not because the government intervened, but because of a general tacit agreement that it wouldn't do, as I say, it wouldn't do to mention that particular fact. So far as the daily newspapers go, this is easy to understand, but British press is extremely centralized, and most of it is owned by wealthy men who have every motive to be dishonest on certain important topics. But the same kind of veiled censorship also operates in books and periodicals, as well as in plays, films, and radio. Understand what I'm saying before? It isn't just me saying that. Your propaganda is embedded as well, not just things kept out, but propaganda they want you to believe is put through children's books and movies and everything that you read. You don't realize how brainwashed you are, as you think you're enjoying yourself. At any given moment, there is an orthodoxy, a body of ideas, which is assumed that all right-thinking people will accept without question. See? It's not exactly forbidden to say this, that, or the other, but it is simply not done to say it. Just as in mid-Victorian times, it was not done to mention trousers in the presence of a lady. You couldn't even say lady anymore. Anyone who challenges the prevailing orthodoxy finds himself silenced with surprising effectiveness. See, peer groups can be trained very quickly to turn against someone who is thinking outside the box. And they really do. People like to huddle together like penguins in their little groups and sects and whatever it happens to be. Remember the studies I read from, again, university studies on peer groups and propaganda and indoctrination. And they found the different groups from working classes and different men, women, and so on. And they found that the ones who were middle class, basically middle class, who socialized, they adapted to all new policies very quickly. And they'd talk about it with their drinky poos as they stood there and chatted to each other. And they'd all have the same books, the recent ones that were suggested. And suggestion, see, is like an order. Yeah, well, yes, I got so-and-so's book, isn't it? Yeah. And you see, they've got all the right things, and etc. And they'll wear the right things, and all drive the same things, and yada, yada, yada. They're very conformist. So it's easy to manage them. Very easy. And when anything said from professional bodies, they immediately parrot it without thinking. They'll never question it. The folk who had less education question things far, far more. So education domesticates you more and more and more until you can't retain any natural survival instincts. This is not my word, this is the studies that they've done, you see. But anyway, I'll get back to Orwell's little article here. He goes through the different parts of how different countries kept down free speech, etc., etc., etc. Well, look what's happening in all our countries today, where you've been told what to believe about everything, that you've turned everything upside down, and even they can put you in jail for not going along with what you're told to say. What you're told to say, or what you're told to call somebody. You're in trouble, folks. We're all in trouble here. This is a scientifically controlled society, if you haven't figured it out. Also, too, I'll put up, I've got a whole bunch of stuff, as I say. Geoengineering governance research. Oh, there's just too much of it, actually, on the regulation of geoengineering, international framework on geoengineering, and etc. It goes way, way back, all this stuff. There's too much to even go over. I've read it all, but most folk can't be bothered or don't have the time. Yeah. But that's what you're living through, is a massive system of control. And then you have, let me think, what else have I got here? Let's go back to a guy who definitely was hailed. They always give you your heroes, even though they're monsters, some of them. But it is interesting to read them and to remind yourself of things. People who really were part of what was called the world empire system. It's still on the go, big time, it's closer to than ever before. And Bertrand Russell, who talked about the impact of science on society. You got to try and remember, don't overdose yourself with data. So there's so much data, conflicting data thrown at you all the time. But understand what's important to you. Most folk won't care. They really have been domesticated, and they believe that, well, there's always specialists taking care of us. Well, when did that become part of democracy? Specialists taking care of everything? Really? Is that why you're a perpetual child? You're being taken care of? Did you give permission to have all your rights to take care of yourself taken away from you? Every statement demands a question. So here we have what he says, what Russell said, right? And his whole agenda too is there's too many of the wrong people, blah, 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 blah. Same thing. He says on page 50, he says, Fichte laid it down, the philosopher, that education should aim at destroying free will. I'll repeat that for the harder thinking. Fichte said, or he laid it down, that education should aim at destroying free will, so that after pupils have left school, they shall be incapable for the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as their schoolmasters would have wished. But in his day, this was an unattainable ideal. What he regarded as the best system in existence produced Karl Marx. I'd actually say it produced more than just Karl Marx. Here today, we're told that what you see isn't real. It's something else, and you better go along with it. Anyway, it says, in the future, such failures are not likely to occur where there is dictatorship. You see, you're really under a form of dictatorship. If you don't have a say in anything, and you better obey, and don't say what you think, and don't say what you see, you're forbidden to. You're not in a democracy, folks. So he says, really, it's a form of dictatorship. Of course it is. It doesn't matter if it's an oligarchy or whatever of scientists. It's still a dictatorship type of system. It is dictated to you, ordered, see? And they'll use diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable. And any serious criticism of the powers that will become psychologically impossible. Even if all are miserable, all will believe themselves as happy, because the government will tell them that they are so. You're happy, aren't you? Look at all the ads on TV, smiling faces everywhere. A totalitarian government with a scientific bent might do things to us would seem horrifying. Then he goes into the Nazis, who were eugenicists, and they praised Britain, and they praised the US, and the Rockefeller boys and so on, and the Cold Springs Harbor. science labs, etc. And they used all their techniques that actually put them into effect openly, okay, more openly I'd say. And eugenics, of course. Because they were more scientific than the present rulers of Russia, and more inclined towards the sort of atrocities I've said that I have in mind, he says, that I have in mind. This is ours, he's thinking of doing, right? So the Nazis were more inclined towards the sort of atrocities that I have in mind, he says. They were said, and I do not know how much truth there is, to use prisoners in concentration camps as material for all kinds of experiments, some involving death after much pain. By the way, it's amazing how they always hammer Germany, even though the Germans copied it all, as I say, from Britain, and the eugenicists and the Darwinian groups too. They're still on the go. The actual eugenics groups have changed their name, but they're still on the go. And the groups in America. It's just astonishing, isn't it? So the loser always gets hammered. And Julian Huxley had to reinvent the term for eugenics, because he didn't even hesitate to carry on with the whole eugenics agenda after World War II. So anyway, he says that the Soviets didn't have the same kind of scientific abilities or whatever, but he says that's what they would use. As you all think you're happy, because a totalitarian government will tell you so. Do you understand? You are in a sci-fi. If you haven't read Acres of Skin, you should read it. It's a modern book about all the prisoners used in American prisons and elsewhere for medical experiments, and they injected cancer cells in them and all kinds of things. It's quite the read for those that can handle it. And this is in so-called peacetime. So he talks about all this experimentation on humans in camps, some involving death after much pain. If they had survived, they would probably have soon taken to scientific breeding. Any nation which adopts this practice will, within a generation, secure great military advantages. I mean, they're talking about literally genetic manipulations and eventually what they used to call test tube babies, and then out of the womb children also. And it says here, a secure great military advantage. So you would create where do all those X-Files and stuff came from? Somebody made that up. It was about all the possibilities that scientists had envisaged long ago as they sat around their big tables discussing things they could work towards. And how could they create the super soldiers? Lots of articles over many years about super soldiers, how to create a super soldier, and even how to take away their complete, any kind of fear they might have, just literally silence that part of the brain where fear resides in them, things like that. Remember, the whole point is to win for those who rule. So he talks about great military advantages, and I'll put up the article too about China. And that's been more open, I think, really, has gone ahead with a lot of this kind of testing of a purpose-made person, basically. And again, he gone forever with these. Just each area I'm talking about here is just almost endless with data now. But it says here, the system, one may surmise, will be something like this, except possibly in the governing aristocracy. All but 5% of males and 30% of females would be sterilized. This is the great Bertrand Russell, see? I mean, he was all for this. The 30% of females will be expected to spend the years from 18 to 40 in reproduction in order to secure adequate cannon fodder. Breed youngsters for military, for war. As a rule, artificial insemination will be preferred to the natural method. And of course, Brave New World, it was already written before that, I think, before this book came out. And this is just one little excerpt from it, his book, Bertrand Russell, the great Bertrand Russell. The guy who literally said anyone who was selected to join the ruling groups of scientists, for instance, and who wouldn't leave if they're from a lower class, he's quite open about how he saw people. And if they wouldn't leave their own class behind them and families and become one of them, and meaning secrecy and working towards something, he said they'd have to be literally eliminated because they'd have the understanding of what's going on and the ability to communicate to other people. Russell was a vastly different person than again. Why do you think they make him such a hero for what? Because he was against nuclear war and so on. See, the elite always say there's too many people. These are the causes of war. That's what they say. It goes on and on and on. And it's well understood that the countries that were reducing their populations very successfully don't get any thanks for it. And your own governments that push it for years and years and generations opened up, the floodgates now to mass migration. So obviously, there's something else at work here, isn't there? Obviously, of course there is. It's an old agenda, and they're rather open about it at the top. You're the problem, all of you. And they're dealing with it as far as they're concerned. Again, they take 10-year plans, 50-year plans, 100-year plans for different parts of their project. The UN does the same thing, if you notice. And of course, the Soviet system used the same technique for different aspects of their policies to be implemented. That's how it works. So you're living through an incredible system that the public have a hard time understanding because they are so brainwashed, incredibly well brainwashed. And you can do more effective brainwashing to a 5-year-old's mind by showing them videos altered of whatever happens to be, or even deforestation, or a clear-cut thing that was done in the 1940s, and say, oh, this is what they've done yesterday, and they'll think that, oh my God, they're destroying nature, and the music's behind it, and there's a woman's voice generally narrating, and soft, and and the music comes on, and the music's bum, 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 and you're sitting chewing your fingernails, and that will never leave them. That imprint will always be there. And they'll do anything to save the planet, because they just saw the whole planet didn't have a tree left on it, in this video. Just too easy. Emotional impact, using more senses than ever. They've talked to if they can add even the smell to a video, not just auditory and visual, things like that. It has more of a fixing of the impact in your mind. It fixes it in your mind. Anyway, I've prattled on a bit too much, and I didn't even want to go in that area. But it's still eugenics, as I say. Everything that's happening now is to do with eugenics and a big, big plan. It's very old. It's talked about quite openly in their own groups and clubs and so on. But as I say, whatever you're given for reality is nonsense. It's nonsense. You're never given the real reasons for anything. Never. Because you wouldn't be happy. And you might protest. And if you want to manage animals, you don't spook the animals, do you? A shepherd doesn't go in and say, I fancy some mutton tonight, and just grab one of the sheep in the pen there, and kill it in front of the rest of them. He'll try to get it out quietly as possible and far away from them. That's how you manage domesticated animals. It's quite easy. Anyway, hope I've been too depressing for you. Remember, you can buy the books and discs at cuttingthroughthematrix.com or donate to me, and you'll find out how to do it on my website. And remember, my websites are the official sites, and that's the only ones you can actually order from. Anyone else doing it, it's not my site at all. So for orders, definitely, or donations, definitely go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com, because I've had con people doing that before, using my name, and just do amazing things. It's quite a world we live in, isn't it? But there you are. So you can help me tick along by donating at least to cuttingthroughthematrix.com.